Good morning.
Rachel.
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm good. It's just about to rain over here, so I think
Oh
throughout
no.
the call I'm going to be having a terrible network here.
Oh no. Well, hopefully it doesn't. Or maybe hopefully it does. I don't know.
Yeah, it's gonna rain, but I just hope the network doesn't go too bad.
Yeah. Well, just participate as much as you can. And if you have any questions, I emailed my WhatsApp this morning, so feel free to
Yeah.
WhatsApp me.
All right. Okay, sure.
Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon. Hi, Mitchell. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I am good. How's everything there?
It's good. It's good.
Awesome. What's the plan for the weekends?
We actually have an SBC tomorrow.
Oh,
So
really?
yeah, so I'll be doing that.
Is it in New York?
It's virtual. It's our
Oh, all
virtual.
right. All right. Awesome. And where it's happening? I mean, is it like Africa side or?
This is our global one.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Awesome. Mm-hmm.
Every-
All the best for that.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Luckily, I'll just be taking feedback. I won't have to be and helping judges. I won't be judging myself. So it'll be a
All
little bit.
right.
It'll be a little,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I just came from another training. So today we have one hospital here, Rahman Medical Institute. So today we had a training with them on situational leadership. So they were assistant managers and managers, department heads. So it was busy but quite interactive day.
Awesome. That sounds
Yeah.
cool.
Mhm. All right, let's wait for others. And did you get the email? I shared a folder with you.
Yes, I
The
did. Thank
yeah,
you. Yeah.
yeah. Did you go through the manual?
I have it open right now. I was gonna go
Right.
through it right now. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Just go through it like we worked on it. We make sure to include most of the things that could help the startups, the fellows, even after the training. But still, if you think there is anything missing, do let me know. We can include that as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Good morning, Ambrose. Good morning, Anita.
Good afternoon from here.
I always forget it's afternoon. Sorry, I haven't had coffee yet. Good afternoon to everybody. It's only morning for me.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon, Ambrose, Anita. I hope you had a great last evening.
Hello, Aziz. We are good.
Yeah, Ambrose, tell me anything interesting that happened last day in the morning.
Surely, I think nothing so far, but today
Mm-hmm.
I think I woke up very early in the morning. Like,
Oh,
yeah, I've taken long without waking up. So, but today I woke up very early in the morning and
So did you make your morning
Yeah, I
breakfast
was
yourself?
yeah, in a good. No,
All right.
I didn't. Mm.
Awesome. Yeah, Anita, how are you? Anything interesting? Anything funny?
I'm okay. How are you? By the way, how do they pronounce your name?
You can call me Aziz.
Okay, I've been struggling to pronounce these whole names. Sometimes I
No
just keep
problem.
quiet. You've made life easy for me, Aziz.
Yeah.
How about the last one?
Bangash. We call it Bangash. Azizullah Bangash.
So what do they mean?
So it's a tribe. Bangash is a tribe.
Then Aziz, what does it mean?
So Aziz means close to heart, dear.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's nice.
That is interesting.
It's really interesting.
Yeah, it is. It is.
When you read it when I read it, it sounds like some hard thing.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Anyway, yesterday my evening was nice. It was beautiful. After the
All right.
meeting, I refreshed a bit, did some small work,
All right. Awesome.
slept. I woke up late.
Mm-hmm.
um, Woke up late. I did some work. I work online, so I did
Mm-hmm.
some small work. But yesterday, what I did in regards to my venture, um,
All right.
I'm working on getting a team. So I've been contacting different people who could work with us, who are ready to work with us regarding our vision. Because what we have right now, regarding to our partnership, is our vision. So those that we can share, we share vision with. Yeah, they're the ones I've been contacting, and luckily enough, I've gotten 3 so far.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
All
and from
right.
different with different skills, and
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it's right. Mhm.
All right. That's awesome. Great. Yeah. Samula, anything on your side? Yep. Samula, if you can hear me. Okay, Ruth, anything on your side? Yeah. All right. Ruth is not speaking with me.
Yeah, sorry about
Yeah,
that.
no problem. Yeah, go ahead.
Uh, I'm so glad I could join this session. Uh, with the past 3 sessions, I've really learned a lot. I
Mm-hmm.
managed to speak to different people. The other time we joined in different groups, it was so helpful. I got to learn about other people's ventures. And yeah, they're fun. From their stories, I could tell. Yeah, I'm inspired by what people are doing, trying to inspire other people out there and doing what they do. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I think it's good work.
All right.
Yeah.
Awesome. Great. Thank you. Lucian, anything on your side?
Hello, just joining the
Mm-hmm.
session. I don't know if you have it's a question.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, is
Yeah,
it
I
a
mean,
question?
I'm just asking randomly that hey, if anything funny has happened, anything interesting last evening in the morning, it's just a refresher, right?
Oh, great. Oh, I would say very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
The 3 years we spent together, 3 sessions, 3 days we spent together. It was very interesting. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
I noticed already that there is some changes in my side in terms of
Mm-hmm.
working on my projects. So I'm not able right now to tell you exactly what I did or what I'm doing or new strategies that I'm putting in
Mm-hmm.
place. But yeah, things are changing because of the lessons or advices I got from this discussion. And thank you. I'm happy again to join today for the last session, and I hope to learn a lot again.
All right, awesome, Lucian. Thank you very much. Yeah, do we have, who else we have? Lucian is done. Then we have Bruce is done. Elizabeth, anything you would like to share? Yeah, Elizabeth, if you can hear me. All right, if Elizabeth is not speaking, then we have, okay, no problem, right? Yeah, Amma, can you hear me? We have Amma, we have Lavoli, I think. Anything you'd like to share before I move on?
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Yes, so I think I agree with what everyone has said so far. It has been interesting getting to meet new people, getting to learn more about social ventures and how to really take our ventures to the next level. I think that it has been very educative and informative.
All
So
right.
that's why I wanted to share.
Yeah, awesome. And we will be discussing two very important tools. We will be talking about financial management. Hassan will join us. Emma will join us. She'll talk about HR and other operational efficiencies. And then we will have Mr. Hanan, who will tell us more about the legal and compliance things. And then I'll give you access by the end of the day to all the materials we have discussed. So thank you very much. Yeah, anyone else? Daruti, you join us now. Anything interesting, anything great that happened in the last evening or in the morning?
Hello, good morning.
Good
Yeah,
morning.
it's raining heavily over here too, but I can hear you though. I don't know whether you
All
can hear
right.
me.
So just asking randomly that anything interesting that happened in the last evening or in the morning?
Oh, okay. So I met my team yesterday
Awesome.
and I shared with them what I've learned so far. And I'm just hoping, and we are about to register our company and we're finding difficult with the legal terms and other agreements. So I told them today we will be having a training on that too. So I'm looking forward to this training today so that I can share with them. Yes. So I think,
Awesome.
yeah.
And when you shared with them, what did you learn? So were they excited?
Oh yes, they were. Actually, my other colleague joined last year, I think, but she said she couldn't participate fully. So, and right now they were writing exams. That's why she couldn't join this one. So she's actually looking forward to it, that she come and share and present to the team after the training.
All right. Okay, awesome. Okay, Doris, anything on your side? Thank you so much, Dorothy. Doris, if you can hear me. Yep, Doris, if you can hear me. She's unable to hear me. All right, so before Emma join us, I would like to share you another tool, which I think is really important. And this is more of kind of individual development plan, right? And we do this with a lot of people in the training, and we give them this individual tool. Like I had a training early in the morning with managers and with the head of the departments. So this is what I give them, that how they can improve their leadership skills. So I am sharing this development plan with you all, so that it's there with you. It's more of like I do coaching. So I use this framework while coaching my client, but I'm giving you this so that you follow this. And since it's a step-by-step process, and you are able to track changes in yourself. Now, this is a self-development plan because you as a leader first need to be a great and an influential person, influential leader. So if you are influential, if you are amazing, if you are great, you will bring in amazing people, you will get an amazing team, even if your team is not that much amazing. But if you are amazing, so you can bring that change in your team. But for bringing change in others, first you need to bring change in yourself. So this is more of kind of tool where you need to bring change in yourself in order to improve leadership skills for yourself. So you'll get these slides, try understand what is written here. And if you have any question, please stop me there. So while developing this and writing in this, remember here you need to write all your strength and weakness, strengths. So whatever your strength is, minor, major, whatever you call it, come and think and write everything here so that you are well aware of what you are good at, and using those strengths, how you can bring change ahead, right? And again, this is a step-by process. So you will write all these strengths here. Then the development area, remember, we all needs improvements. Now, you know where you need improvement as a fellow, as an entrepreneur, as a founder, as a co-founder, as an impact creator, as a community leader. So you know what gap you have. So here you will pick two gaps. For example, I want to improve my enterprise development skills. This is one. For example, my second challenge, leadership challenge, is to improve my empathy. So I have these two gaps, these two development areas that I want to work on and improve. Now, you know what are those two areas on which you want to work on. Now, the next step is here you need to have aspired state. By aspired state means that ideal situation where you want to see yourself. For example, if I were fully developed in this area, how will people experience me? What will they see me doing? For example, if I have a great enterprise development skills, how my team members, how people with whom I work, how the stakeholders will experience me, what they will see me doing. Will I be doing wonders? Will my idea be creative? Will my idea be, changing people's lives? So here you write the aspired state where you want to reach yourself, the ideal stage. Then impact, what result can I bring about in my work or life as a result of this development? Let's suppose you want to develop enterprise empathy. So how empathy can impact you in a long run in your personal and professional life? How it can turn around your personal and professional life? What result it can give you? So you can think on the outcomes. So by impact means the outcome. So here you can discuss the outcomes of your development areas. Good afternoon, and we all are good. Abraham, thank you for joining. Awesome. So I'll share the registration link, but let me share that as well so that you can fill it. Here we go. So here is the attendance sheet. You can also mark your attendance. All right. So here, so this is what you need to do. In the first slide, pick two development areas, not a lot of areas, just two areas. Pick those areas through which you can do, you can improve a lot other weaknesses. Then write the aspired state and write the impact and outcome. And I already have written the questions, so you can use these questions in order to write down things. Then in the next step, once you write it down, now here comes the action agenda. Now, in this action agenda, what you will be doing is development areas. So you already have identified in the last slide, write it down, shift. Now here you will write, I am letting go of. For example, if you want to leave something and start new thing, you have to leave so many things. You have to let go so many things. So what are those things, activities, habits, which you need to quit? You need to write it down here. Then I am stepping into, in order to bring change in yourself, in order to improve your leadership skills, you need to adopt, or you need to develop new skills. You need to take new steps. So what are those new steps through which you will be taking a shift? So write those steps which you will be following ahead. Now, after this, you will come to the way forward, action and practices. Now, since here I am stepping into, here you have written, for example, I will attend a 4 days, let's suppose I will attend a certification program on enterprise development skills, right? And here I say I am letting go is that I was not studying before. So I am letting go for not studying enterprise development books, right? And I'm stepping into doing a certification where I learn enterprise development. Then in the action, what happens? You go, you register yourself in a 4 days enterprise development workshop or boot camp. You take the boot camp, you get the knowledge, you learn the different frameworks and concepts, and then you put it into the practice. So this way it brings change in yourself. And here in the next month, observable specific shift in my being doing plus specific result I'll be working towards generating. So this means now you're taking action. So what is your target for the next month? That after 1 month, what would you have achieved? How much knowledge would you have gained? How much practice have you done? How much will you be completed? Well, have you completed a course or not? So these are the different observable actions that you beforehand identify for yourself so that you can track it later on. So that is why it is very important that you develop this model. You identify development areas, define your shifts, identify way forward actions and practices, and then have observable specific shifts identified, that what will be your status after a month, after 2 months, after 3 months. So this will help you lay down a path from where you can lead from good to better and from better to great. So this is how the journey will look like when you are going through this. So that is how you can carry on with this template, and you can have it so that you can practice on it. Now, any questions so far? Do you have any question? Yep. Do you have any question? All clear? You can use the chat box. Awesome, great. Anna, thank you very much. What about others? I want to make sure you don't miss anything. All right, awesome, great. So what do you feel about this? I want to hear you, right? What do you feel about this? Do you think this is helpful? This can help you improve your leadership skills? Can some of you comments? You can unmute yourself and respond me. Okay, can somebody tell me like how?
Okay, can I?
Yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
Okay, so I already had a monthly plan I used to do, but there was no way of there was no plan of how to implement it.
Okay.
So I believe that this template is a way I can use as a implementation tool.
All right. Awesome. Great. Okay, Daniel is saying I have just joined, so I have missed most of what you explained before. So it's just we explained this shift. This is an individual development plan. It's already well explained here, so you can write all the details here. If you want to bring change in yourself, so identify what you want to change in your self, and then define the shift, what you will be letting go, what you will be stepping into, then identify the action, and then know what what you would have achieved after a month, 2 or 3. So this is an individual development plan. Okay, Elizabeth, because of the rain, I'm hardly hearing you, but I'll stay on hoping that the rain stops soon. Yeah, I hope it stops soon. Apology for that. I hope it's great that we have the recording and you would be able to listen it again. All right, anyone else? Any other thoughts and comments? Do you think it's helpful for you? Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, hello.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, sure. So for me, I think it will be very helpful because normally sometimes we say things without writing them. So at the end, there's nothing for us to look up to measure how far we have come to. But with this, I think it's very strategic. And after writing it, we can come back and assess ourselves and see whether we're able to achieve what we really wrote down. So I think it will be very helpful. Yeah.
All right, awesome, great. Yeah, anyone else? Batol? Anita, Ambrose, then Adina. What are your thoughts? Joy?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it's to me it's very helpful because as a person or as a leader or as a head of or a founder, you need to know yourself more and look at also the weakness so that you can improve on for easy management. Thank you.
All right, awesome. Great. Anyone else? I am bothering you because my style is always very interactive. So I ask a lot of questions. I try give you, I try give you time to ask your mind and your heart. Yeah, Anna, go ahead.
Hello.
Hi.
Yeah, so it is very helpful because it's a guide to help. It helps one to keep in check. Most of the times you have so many ideas, you've thought about so many things, but at times maybe you forget to note them down or you just put them in a notebook and you don't go back because you've just made highlights. But with this table, you have things you're planning to let go of, then you have an action plan of what next you're going to do. So it helps to reevaluate yourself and see the progress you're making. Yeah.
All right, awesome, great. Thank you so much, Anna. Yes, Ambrose, anyone else?
To me,
Yeah, Anita, go ahead.
Yeah, it's easy to track other people's progress or failure. It's so easy, but it's hard to track yours, the individual one. So this track is, this tool is really good. It helps, I believe it's going to help me keep track of my progress, my failures, my areas of improvement, and my achievements for me to be able to celebrate as well as a person.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, thank you.
Thank
So,
you.
yeah, of course. Dana, so we were discussing about individual development plan where we had this module. I'm sharing this again. I'll share this with all of you so that you are able to access it. Here we go. So this is what we were discussing. Let me share here it as well. So now you will have access to it. Please download it. Don't make changes in the online one. Download it and you will be able to keep it in your record and you can make accordingly. So this is individual development plan where you as a leader, as a startup, as a co-founder, as an impact creator, as a community leader, you want to improve yourself. So here you can go step by step how you can improve your skills or can improve yourself. So I have shared the link. You can access it now. All right, anybody else? Any thoughts? Any? Yeah, Abraham, anything on your side? Bathol? Yep. Any thoughts? Any other thoughts? All right, and remember this is very helpful for all of you. If you go and work on it, develop it, this would really help you. All right, so this is one of the tool I wanted to give you all so that you can work on. Now, do you guys have any question for me? It could be anything from today, it could be anything from tomorrow, any confusion, anything. Remember, this framework that I shared with you, this is something that you need to do and to work on a daily basis. Remember, like I myself has been an entrepreneur for the past 10 years. So I know how hard the journey is in the first 5 years. There's so much disappointment, so much demotivation, so much struggle to do, so much efforts, time to put in your idea. But the one thing that could push you and the one thing that could help you grow is investing three things in yourself. Number one, your time. Number two, your energy. Number three, where you need invest finance or financial investment on yourself. Find a course where you learn about entrepreneurship or maybe business model or maybe any aspect of the challenge you face in your venture. So this gives you knowledge. And remember, if you have more knowledge, you will know more, and this will give you more idea how to do things, and this will change your attitude towards doing things in a different way, because knowledge changes attitude. So when you have knowledge, it changes your attitude and you look things in a different way, in a different perspective. You remain more creative. So that is why this individual development plan is for you as a leader to work exclusively on yourself, build the skills, play in your strength, convert your weaknesses into your strength, and keep improving your leadership skill so that you are able to lead well, create an impact, and build a team who help you in creating a bigger impact. So thank you very much. We have Emma who have joined us. Emma, thank you very much and good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. So thank you so much for joining. I won't take more time. We had a pretty interesting conversation. Just to brief you today, I just shared with them individual development plan, how as a leader, they can improve their self, how they can do that step-by-step process where they can enhance their leadership skills. And lastly, we had discussion on marketing and branding. Then we have how ideas can be generated, how they can bring more innovation and creativity in their enterprise. And of course, as a leader, they need to see and leading a venture, they need to see multiple aspects of the venture. So today we have you to talk about the efficiency, especially HR. And then we will have Hassan who will talk about the financial management. And last, we will talk about legal compliance. So thank you very much again for joining us. And I will hand it over to you.
Yeah, sounds great and very well said, at least on the leadership front. So yeah, let me just share my screen on the operational efficiency for the HR and kind of some of the workforce planning topics that I would like to discuss today. Well, so hi everyone. I guess a quick introduction of myself. I am Emma Waisaki, Senior Talent Advisor at Deloitte. So I am part of the Deloitte Global umbrella. For those of you who are not familiar with the Deloitte structure, we have, member firm structures, but we also have Deloitte Global, where I really kind of oversees many different countries' HR operations for the businesses I support. So a lot of my role involves workforce planning, talent management, that's cross-border, as well as a lot of the coordination with the local talent. As you all can imagine, different country has a lot of different talent requirements, employment, legal restrictions, etc. So those all kind of fall under my remit. As kind of part of today's topic, tie back into operational efficiency and really help you to think what would be helpful for you as an entrepreneur in managing your work, your team going forward. I thought it would be good to start with human resource efficiency. I can give you an overall overview of the HR management components and what the efficiency, what some of the key key performance impact indicators, KPIs that will tie to each of the components of HR. And then I would like to spend a little bit more time around the workforce planning in case, and as I heard some of you are kind of doing, some hiring, work with some of your current team. So what are the things top of mind for you to think about? And feel free to ask questions. I did leave ample time at the end for Q&A as well. And with that, I will move to kind of part one of my presentations about the HR management, some of the core functions and key components, as I mentioned. So on the right-hand side of the chart, these are what I think really are the 8 key components of HR management. And then we'll dive into some of the efficiency KPIs in detail. Some of you may already know, or you already kind of worked on it, right? When you think about end-to-end HR management, or thinking about how you work with your team, or as you expand how you work with the talent market, you really want to start thinking about what the working environment is, right? So the working environment where you really kind of focus on the consolidation of a productive working environment that harnesses workforce performance. And then workforce, so I'll go kind of counterclockwise. So workforce is what we talked about, really the structure of your team, what type of the employee you will have. Do you have permanent employee, or do you have more contract, or do you have freelancers? And how would you, especially if you expand more, right, location-wise, how would you, in terms of manage them virtually in this environment or in the office? Those are all kind of part of the workforce planning. And then talent development. Think about this as you have the team all on board, right? You, after the new hires or after the teams are all working, how do you continue to measure their performance? How do you maximize or optimize their talent potential? And really is kind of maximize the contribution to the overall performance of your organization. And then service delivery. So service delivery is something may not be as relevant for smaller businesses or startups. This is where we really talk about if you have a HR team, how do you work with the clients that internally to help them manage their team. So that's kind of my role, right? In Deloitte, the big organization, they need HR advisors. They need us to partner with them on managing their talent teams. So this is just something for you to keep in mind in the future. It may not be as relevant, but it does have some component of how do you deliver benefits program? How do you deliver, say, manage someone's leave of absence? Those are the things at the beginning you may want to leverage some sort of vendor or third-party contract to help you build those services out. And then retention. I think retention is tied to kind of talent development too, right? It's just more focused on engagement. It really measure employees' satisfaction, engagement, and your turnover, your attrition rate of your organization. Recruitment, very straightforward. I don't think I will spend too much time on, how the hiring process goes. But there are some interesting facts I can talk a little bit more when we go into how to measure the success of it. And then efficiency and effectiveness. Actually, before I go there, just the last component, the compensation benefits, I think I just touched on a little bit already. Obviously, this is one of the most important component of HR, what we do, and also for any leader of an organization, right? Top of mind, once you come up with a workforce planning design, your work environment, you hired people, you brought people in the door, you have a plan for them to develop, to continue to grow, keep their engagement high, and that all ties back to how you pay them, right? So compensation and benefits, I think it's something very important for you to think about at the beginning of the entire, I guess, just set up your organization. What is your budget? How would you be able to afford a sustainable a pay structure? What kind of the hiring kind of tie back to what I mentioned on workforce that will work for your budget and also operational structure in the future. And then the benefits too, you want to make sure that's 100% in line with your local legal requirements. We know there are a lot of the vendors can help you with that. There are actually some online tools now these days for smaller business or startups that's really helpful. It's always helpful to even consult a legal professional just to make sure you are providing the necessary benefits to the team, and then do some competitive analysis, get some market intel to see, okay, am I paying the people competitively to lower your risk of potential attrition? All right, so those are the key components. And then let me go back to the efficiency and effectiveness of an organization. So since our overall topic is kind of tied back to the operational efficiency, I thought this is a really important KPI, the key performance indicator here. Efficiency of an organization's HR function or HR department, if you will, really can be used in the measurement of a productivity achievement, if you think about it. It reflects kind of the core attributes and responsibility of your talent division. I won't say HR division just because, sometimes smaller group, you're not going to have a separate HR function, but that's your entire kind of reflection on how your HR type of talent management work, hiring, all those key things are reflected. So I listed a couple of the, just on a more granular level, I listed a couple of the metrics that you can use or use it as a calculator for yourself to say, am I really on track with effectiveness or efficiency when it comes to HR processes? You can, measure the percentage of your high-performing employees if you have a lot, right? Otherwise, if you have a handful, you probably already know who's your top performers and that you will adjust your pay structure accordingly, right? And then, profit per employee, human capital return investment. This is actually a very interesting concept that a lot of companies are using now, right? Like the amount of money, time, effort you spend on hiring, how does that compare to the return of the contribution or impact this hire produces once you hire? And time to process payroll. Is this something you do in-house, or do you outsource that to a vendor or third party? How much time and money does that take you? Not going to go into the financial accounting. I'll leave that to Hassan, our next presenter. But yeah, so performance appraisal participation rate, right? If you have a slightly bigger team, do people all share feedback openly? And do you have a clear plan on developing people? That's all tied back to kind of talent development component too. Yeah, and then the work performed by staff based on the job complexity or their skill level. So these are just some of the key indicators. And honestly, if you're interested in measure more, I think there's a lot of good kind of articles online. You can even just search it within the 8 core functions. There's different ways you can evaluate too. Like I'll use, I guess, retention as an example. This is something a lot of the companies are really focusing on in terms of KPIs these days. I'm sure you all heard the great resignation. We have seen a lot of attrition turnover the past couple of years. The market is crazy hot, especially in North America where I am. So we are seeing a lot of attrition. So how does a company measure that and put action plan in place that you can measure the percentage of employee turnover? You can actually have an engagement index by doing a engagement survey to see how satisfied and engaged and motivated your employees are. You can even measure employees' tenure, right? See how many people's been here less than a year, new hires, or are they here longer with you? And then employee turnover cost. I think cost is also something that should be tied to when you do some sort of measurement, not just a percentage of employee leaving, but how does that tie to your budget additional spend related to attrition. So that's just one example. I'm not going to go, if I go into detail, I could take a day to talk about each core functions. What are some of the KPIs that you can use? And yeah, like I said, you can easily find some examples online if you're interested. I just thought it would be really helpful for you to kind of keep top of mind of what are some of the key functions as you think about stand up your organization from a talent management perspective. Any questions before I move on to the workforce planning? Or otherwise I can, we can reveal that at the end. All right, so let's just move on to the workforce planning process for now. This is more like a double click on the last slide, the workforce planning component, right? Because I really think this is, especially strategic planning these days, is the key to a organization's success. This should come first foremost as you think about how you plan for hiring people. Start with what is your plan today? So there are 6 steps of strategic workforce planning. So when we say kind of what your plan today is, really align the workforce planning process with your organization's strategic plan and your honestly long-term, short-term plan to support you achieve your goals and objectives. You think about kind of like, okay, 1 to 3 years, what my goals and what kind of the hire I need, skills and type of employment that I need to support that success. And how does that translate into my longer term success, even 5 to 10 years out, if you have that ambition, because some employees may be with you for long term. And also it's very costly to make some role go away or redundant if something or someone is not working out, right? So those are the things that you want to think ahead as you do your current planning. And then the second step, status quo. This really is kind of current workforce analysis, right? What talent, what kind of employee do you have today? You want to analyze your current resources, including kind of projection for the training costs, development costs, and potential turnover. Those all should be taken into consideration as you think about what the future headcount or future workforce will look like. So number 3, kind of tap back to what I just mentioned. As you do part of your analysis on your current workforce, you want to think about what your future needs are. That's kind of the identification of future workforce requirement. Develop a specific list of kind of the type, the quantity, location of your workforce that's required to accomplish your organization goal and objectives. And then the 4th step, gap analysis. So straightforward, but a very interesting topic, like what's missing, right? Identify the gap between your current workforce and the projection of what you need in the future. And number 5, the next one, the fixes, right? That's where the action planning comes in. You now have done the gap analysis, you know what's missing, you know what you need. This is the 5th step is identify how to close those resource gaps, including development of implementation plans and associated evaluation metrics like those KPIs I mentioned earlier. And plans may encompass a range of activities, including the recruiting, training, upskilling, reskilling of your employees, organizational structure, contracting, outsourcing. Like I said, some of your work you may want to give it to the vendor if you have the budget for it, and also automation. Like can you streamline certain process? Last but not least, I think succession planning is also very important, especially at a smaller team, right? You don't want someone to leave tomorrow and leave a giant hole for you to fill. Do you have a succession planning within your current team? Someone can kind of step in the interim, or someone can be groomed into that role. And then last but not least, the step is kind of how did our effort work, the result, right? This is where execution and evaluation comes into play. Execution involves, in brief, establishing roles, responsibilities, and securing required resources. Everything you already analyzed and decided. And evaluation really means monitoring the progress that's related to the goals, the objective you said, and making adjustment as necessary to reflect the changes in plan. Because we know how fast things change, market change, type of talent change, your organization objective or goal may change. So you have to be able to flex and really pivot, make the necessary change as you go along. So those are kind of the key steps of a workforce planning. I think a lot of the organizations or smaller business already are doing it. You may just not have this kind of visualization to think the overall steps. And again, you may not need all of the steps when you do it. Depends on your workforce status, your current team, your long-term, short-term goal. But I think having some of the key steps in mind really help you when you go into some of the specific planning. Because we always say workforce planning is generally done based on a multi-year horizon, right? It's not just what you have today and tomorrow, and okay, by end of this year, I need XYZ people. That sometimes will catch you if you don't have the long-term plan in mind. Like I said, because you are going to face some challenges as your structure change, you want to shake up or change your workforce. those can be really costly and challenging from a process standpoint if you don't keep the longer term plan in mind as you step out your first hiring. And that's my kind of two main topic today. I know we have plenty time for Q&A, so happy to answer any questions, or I know, Michelle, you have my information too. I'm more than happy to answer any questions after the session, or specific issues if anyone needs. I think I see someone raise hand.
Yeah, Abraham. Abraham has his raised hand. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much for the presentation. I think this is one of the important things that I was looking out for when it comes to our social ventures. And I also believe the subject of team building for social ventures is within the human resource field, correct?
Yeah.
Now, the challenge that we've always had, maybe the structures may not be as you would have in professional organizations that probably have a comprehensive system on HR, where there's retention, there's recruitment, there's service delivery, all those components. So this is a startup, you're trying to build a team, and then you are faced with some challenges. And one of the challenges I've been looking at getting help on is what exactly you should look out for if you are recruiting for the start for your venture. Do you look out for availability of people for the venture, or you look out for competency? Because it is the case that I've always found people who are competent but not available, and others who are available but really not competent. So it's more like they come on board just to learn and then later on pick up. And I've ended up changing teams like 3 times because of that problem. So I don't know what advice you would give for a startup that is building a team and is facing challenges of availability vis-a-vis competency.
Yeah, that's such a good question. Honestly, you're not alone. I think not just startups, honestly, I think we all face challenge in the hiring, the qualified candidate, if you will. I don't know if qualified is the right word, but or competent to use your word that has all the skills that you're looking for or the experience you're looking for. I think we're all face that. Honestly, even at Deloitte, you probably won't believe it, but we hear a lot from our internal business to say, why can't we don't hire fast enough? Why can't we find the right candidate? I haven't seen a good resumes in weeks. What's going on? I think this is just a challenge that honestly the entire global workforce we're facing. To answer your question though, even I have been talking to my clients about shifting a mentality in the type of hire, right? Based on the needs, yes. Let's use an example. Based on, say, I have a strategy role, and this business in particular really look for people has skills and background in developing strategy, analyze the strategy across different industry, and then really be able to translate that into what Deloitte wants and deliver to clients. It's a tall order. It's not something someone just graduate from college can do, right? Because it requires a lot of industry knowledge and also that precise execution in delivering. Especially know your audience, right? Who you're presenting this to. It's tough. We have role open for months, sometimes even over 6 months, just because we can't find the best candidate that have all the skills. And it really put a damper on the current team because they're stretched. They have to push off some of the projects. They just can't make the delivers. And I can't even imagine how that will be for startups because you're really trying to build a team. You need the body, right, quote unquote, to do the work. So yes, sometimes you make a compromise. You may just get someone who's more passionate, who shows interest, and then you can train the person. That's where we kind of advise the business. When you look at your job description, when you look at your key requirements, what are, like, say, your top 3 that's absolutely non-negotiable? If the person doesn't possess those skills and background, this role will not succeed, or your organization doesn't really need this role without the skills. Those are the ones you really need to stick to it. But then look at also the softer skills, which is the competency I think you were mentioning. What are the things that you can train up someone? That's where you can look for more attitude. If someone is open and passionate, and I always ask a question about what the person is interested in doing, right? You clearly knows when you apply this role, you don't have all the skills that we're looking for. And let me be clear with you, here's what we see how this role will succeed. But you tell me what you want, what's aligned with your career aspiration, your goal in your success. So you can tell if this person has the appetite to learn in this capacity, or the person is simply using this role as a springboard to jump to something else. Those type of questions can really help you at the hiring process, to get a better understanding on this type of, I guess, utility hire, I will call it, right? Like, they may not have all the skills you're looking for this role, but if they are proven to be an utility hire, then you can plug them into other roles because they have the appetite to learn different things. And they're agile. Agility is honestly one of the top competencies or qualities, I would say, these days when you look for talent, because that's when someone's really important. Like, you can probably plug someone on my team in HR capacity to do some sort of business planning, because what we do is advising business, right? They can probably simply to do something like an operational type of role. I'm not saying simply, they will still need to learn. But if you have the attitude, if you have the passion, and you have the drive to succeed, those are very important, rather than wait for 6-9 months for someone to be available that fits all your criteria. Does that help?
Yeah, yes, thank you. But just a quick follow-up. What would you advise on having friends who are seemingly more loyal to in your team for a startup?
Tricky one. You know, like people say, you don't go into business with your friends. I would caution you, work with a friend. Depends on how you set up the employment. If you hire someone who is your friend, the person become your employee or partner in a way, you share shared responsibility, or the employee that you hire will share the same goal as your organization. That's where you have to be very clear on accountability. You want to make sure the friend knows that you are going to be treated, or he or she, you are going to treat the person same as any other employee from a performance evaluation standpoint. You will have to kind of draw a line a little bit on work environment, the deliverables, the conversations you have at work about the business versus you would have with your friends. What gets really tricky for a lot of startups is you mix that culture, right? You start bringing your outside work culture to your business because you're all friends. And a lot of time you become friends with people you hired in a startup environment, in a smaller team. And sometimes it's hard to really put your foot down if someone's performance have an issue, or if you know your friends may have some sort of tendency on being late, or like to, take some time off, when the rest of the team will be like, well, our leader's not saying anything because they're friends. You don't want to create that culture, the favoritism, or the people seeing there's maybe inequality. So that's why I said it's tricky. But on the flip side, I'm sure you can trust your friends. Your friends will be loyal to you. although it may get ugly if something happens. But I think my advice on that will be, it's not a no. You can still hire your friends or work with your friends. However, make it very clear at the beginning on the expectations, and draw some clear lines so you don't bring too much personal related issues or conversations into a workplace.
All right. Thank you very much.
Yeah, of course. I know there is a question in the chat, but I also see Roger raising hand.
Hello.
Hi, Roger. Do you want to go next?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can hear you.
Okay. Thank you so much for your presentation. So I have a specific question for you, but due to my little English, I would like to put it in the chat.
Sure. So I'll read it out loud, and Lawali, I'll go to your question next if you don't mind. So I'm just looking at Roger's question. Speaking of human resource management, as a young entrepreneur, should you recruit only young people like yourself within your company, or consider older people if they have a skill you're looking for the job? In the second case, often young recruiters in our contact Africa are often poorly considered by these elderly people. Interesting. And in this case, how can this young people effectively manage his human resources if you hire older people? Okay. And I will go more slowly for you. I think this is a kind of the workforce generational gap topic, Roger, that you're raising here. It may be slightly different for startups or smaller organization, because I think the generational gap can be more highlighted than some bigger organization. Like for Deloitte, we have a lot of people who are managing the older generation, right? Like you are now starting to see more millennials that's born in the 90s or late 80s to manage baby boomers that we call in US are those who were born in the 70s. And the dynamic can be really interesting because you want to be respectful to the elderly or the older workforce. But at the same time, you have to always go back to the business goals and objectives to make sure anyone's here is contributing equally, right? It's not just because they may be older, you give them more slacks, or they may think they don't need to listen to you because you're younger to them, you're more junior to them by age. Couple of things I can think of. I think one is, I don't think to your first question, I don't think you should only recruit people similar to your age, because we always talk about diversity, and diversity doesn't just mean ethnicity, gender. It also means people comes with different background, and that has something to do with your age, your experience, etc. I mean, honestly, in US, we even have an anti-age discrimination law, right? We can't not hire someone or dismiss someone's application just because they're over 45 years old. So what I would say is, consider like you kind of mentioned that already, consider the skills and experience that you're looking for this role. Sometimes having someone who's been in the workforce for a long time may be able to contribute more. However, if you feel like it'll be difficult to effectively manage the older generation, because they may not take your advice or listen to you because they think they are more senior than you. That's where I think a little bit of the, not hierarchy, I think that's where it kind of comes into play about the development management piece. You have to be very clear on who is the manager in the situation, and who is responsible for the overall organizational delivery. And that's you, right? Let's say that's you. You hired someone who's older than you, who has the expertise that you're looking for. And that's the reason you hire the person. But the person has to be able to get on board with your overall organizational goal. And that need to be very clearly stated at the beginning. You're the ones ultimately responsible for your business success. So you will need to be able to tell the person, hey, it's working, it's not working. I need you to contribute more. I respect your expertise, but there are other aspects of our operation that this company need to achieve the goal. Hence, I need you to contribute more or pivot or do something differently. Has nothing to do with our age differences, has nothing to do with I don't respect you. It's very strict business. Similar to kind of what I was answering the last question. Make sure you have very clear expectations at the beginning and draw some lines. You can always then refer back to it. It's much better than just kind of bite your tongue, not say it, because there's some, I know in some culture that it's disrespectful if you even disagree with older generation. However, in the workforce, you have to think about who is ultimately responsible for your organization's success. And that person probably will have the most to say on your talent management. And Roger, anything you want me to repeat or highlight? I just want to make sure you catch out those. Great. Thank you for confirming the chat. And I want to get to Lawali's question on what type of contract that are usually used by a company. It's a very good question. I can tell you what I know of. I'm not that expert because I think when it comes to contract, I do encourage you to consult a legal professional. But when it comes to hiring, like from a talent perspective, there's always the employment contract, right? That's number one. You want to make sure your employment contract has the details about the duration of the employment, start date, if there's an end date, or if there's no end date, it's permanent, that at what circumstances you can terminate the contract. You have to put some of the clause in to protect yourself as a company. And then the employment contracts will also outline the benefits and the compensation that the person is entitled to. And then there should be the majority of the contract outlines the responsibilities the person will need to have. Make sure there's a confidentiality agreement that protects your company, and anything else that applies to your work or your organization in particular. So that's where I think it'll be really helpful to have a set template of employment contract for you to use as you start up, because you don't want to kind of scramble to do that whenever you have a new hire. You should be able to have a set of the template from your lawyers or whomever help you to set it up, and then you can just update that per hire. So that's employment contract agreement, if you will. And obviously there are the general business contract that you will need on day-to-day operational basis. And those are things like a partnership agreement, right? If you go in to work with another company or the partnership, non-disclosure agreement. You may hear NDA a lot, right? And then property or equipment leases. Those are other things that could be people need to issue contracts for, and then sales contract if you're going to do any sort of sales on your product with people. Okay. I know we have a few minutes left. Anything else? Yeah, I mean, like I said, you can always, reach out to me. I guess just kind of wrap up this session. I would say HR management can look differently for each businesses, especially for startups. Depends on where you are in your hiring process or in your setup. So don't feel like you have to keep all those things top of mind, but definitely check with the necessary resources to make sure you're in compliance on some of the certain requirements. How do I recruit, keep human resources for my nonprofit without monthly payment? I have difficulty keeping volunteers because we don't have money to motivate them. Yeah, that's a really question when it's a volunteer type of based. So here's what I would say: recognition and some small non-monetary, not money related recognition would be really helpful. And that kind of tie back to the retention piece, what we were talking about. Sometimes when you don't have the pay or incentive, that mechanism in place, you can definitely have some other like team building. I think someone mentioned that earlier, like team building is important. Real-time recognition, when your volunteer really did something wonderful or a project, can you maybe, even just take them out for dinner or bring something into the office like to celebrate, and just as a appreciation token, those can go a long way because they know they're not signing this up to get money, but you want to make sure they feel like they're part of a community and they're doing something really good, right? I mean, I think that goes for every nonprofit. They have volunteer appreciation day. They have smaller, like even just like little, what you call it, like a something with their logo on, like your company, your nonprofit's logo on, just some swags for people to feel like they're part of it. Those little things that you may not think it means a lot, but it really can go a long way for nonprofit. All right, I think Aziz, I'll turn it back to you.
Yeah, and just one thing, like when back in 2011, 2012, so when I was too much active during my college time as a volunteer, so what, like my personal experience, I got a lot encouraged when my organization, they were giving me exposure, they were giving me certificates. So sometime they were having, a small lunch party or maybe a snack party. So these are small minor things through which you can, motivate your volunteers. So Emma, thank you very much for giving us your time, for sharing your expertise on the behalf of the Resolution Project and Center for Awareness Training and Development. We are very grateful that you gave us your time, and I hope you had a great day.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks. It's really nice meeting everyone. Thank you so much. Appreciate you having me.
Yeah, we hope we'll see you soon in another boot camp. So thank you very much.
Sounds good. All right. Bye, everyone. Take care.
Bye. All right. Thank you, everyone. And this was really very insightful. I won't take more time. We have been joined by Hassan Azhar, who is somebody who has inspired me And let me tell you one thing, back in 2012, 2013, 2014, in the very initial days when we were starting our venture or company. So Sir Hassan is one of the force, one of the, I would say, motivation, who at the very early age guided us, trained us, give us the direction in which way to go and what to do and what not to do. And he has been very kind that he has providing his coaching for the last many years. And I think because of him and because of his expertise, we have grown a lot. And whenever I face any kind of difficult situation, so Hassan is my mentor. I reach out him. He has extensive experience. He will share himself as well, but he has a very extensive experience when it comes to business and businesses, and he will tell you how you can do a great financial management, which, remember, is a key to any business sustainability and any business growth. So Hassan, thank you so very much for joining, and I will hand it over to you. You can introduce yourself so that they have an idea about your background, and then you can carry on your session. Hassan, over to you.
Thank you, Aziz. Thank you very much. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. You're audible.
Okay, thank you. Welcome, everyone. It's Hassan Azhar from Pakistan. And I've been working with the corporate sector and with many businesses since last 20 years. And in this tenure, I worked with many sectors, like I worked with fashion industry, I worked with the fast-moving consumer goods, manufacturing sector, United Nations, education sector, oil and gas sector. And now currently I'm working as a consultant in the local market for businesses. So this is a brief of my introduction. And besides this, I'm also working with many institutions for career, especially. So these are my expertise. And today we would be discussing about the operational efficiency and financial management. The topic for you guys is money management, but I would be talking about more financial management that is more appropriate for you. So let me open the presentation for you guys. It is. So just give me a minute. Here it is. So hope you can see the presentation now. Okay.
Yes, we can see.
Okay. So we would be talking about operational efficiency and money management. In this, I would be talking about these two topics, operational efficiency and money management. But the thing is, in operational efficiency, we would be talking about more about theory, but these are the practical concepts in the market. We would have to just emphasize on these things, which I would be telling you, which most of you would have been studied in different management areas and different management books, but I would be telling you how you can implement these expertise into your businesses, into your startups. So in startups, the operational efficiency and management are the most critical parts, and usually these are the factors which can make or break the business. So we would be discussing both the areas. The area of operational efficiency will be discussed for management operations, whereas the area of money management will be discussed for financial management in the next slides. So now it's operational efficiency, and we would be watching it, viewing it, and studying it with a management perspective. So operational efficiency with management perspective, if we talk about it. Management perspective is all about managing the business as per standard management rules, which are called pillars of management. So these are the major pillars: planning, organizing, leading, controlling, and staffing. So first, I would be talking about planning. So planning in startups, there are many approaches to planning for startups, but we would be discussing the very basics, and these are financial approaches and leadership approach. These are the two very basic approaches. And in financial approach, the startups need to follow the following things: budgeting, sales forecasting, and ensuring ROIs. Guys, the thing is, in any business, the first part is planning. So in planning, we would be emphasizing financial planning and leadership planning. So in financial approach, any business would be dependent upon these things. If we could plan our budgeting, if we could forecast our sales, then we would be able to ensure ROIs, and we would be able to get good funding for our businesses. We could go to Series A, Series B with some good partnership models, like we can lure our partners like at below 20% of equity. So if with a good financial approach, I'll telling you in the next slides when we would be talking about finances. The second is leadership approach. In leadership approach, we would be planning growth modeling, go-to-market planning, and funding stage plannings. In growth modeling, there are many businesses, startups, which are planning their businesses for hyper growth. Most of the guys in today's world are planning their business and trying to build their businesses on hyper growth models. So we need to assess which business model we are going to follow or we are following. In first growth modeling, we would be seeing if the business is not hyper growth model, then it should be fast growth model. So it can be a slow growth model or a service model or a CSR model, indirect sales model. So a good question, ROI. ROI is return on investments. We would be discussing about it. Any person, any company which would be working with you, any investor would be working with you, she would be more interested to see on their investments what they get in return. So these are the things which we need to calculate for our businesses. So second thing, after growth modeling, we need to emphasize on go-to-market planning. As Aziz told me that you guys are already working on your startups and you have started your businesses. So you must have your go-to-market plan. If no, then plan and work on your go-to-market plans. Go-to-market plan is very, very necessary for your businesses, and every investor is very much interested to see how would you be capturing the market. And marketing is a part of this thing. Customer acquisition is a part of this. How would we be making impact in the market? Okay, then we would be discussing about funding stages planning. As most of you are at seed stages, as I came to know. So at seed stage, we already started business. Usually we have already started businesses. We secured small funds for our businesses, and we are eyeing upon the future growth. So we need to plan at which stage we need further funding for our businesses. So it is very, very, very important for us. So you guys need to plan for your funding. Okay, these, as I've told you, in the first operational efficiency area, I would be telling about 3 more. So in second phase, we'll be talking about slides and all the financial data. I would be sharing some financial models with you, which I made. So now I would be talking about organizing, second pillar of the management. In organizing, what we need to do is to plan our expenses. Like this is money management. We need to plan how to manage our money, but how to manage outflow of the money, not inflow. In organizing, it is very mandatory. If we plan our expenses, then we would be able to forecast our business. Our growth plans would be according to these things. Then we would be able to calculate our profits and market penetration strategies. Second thing in organizing is very, very important for all the startups, which they usually ignore, and they get hardships at later stages. Startups need to prioritize things. They need to prioritize their action plan. So priority management is very mandatory. And for this, you can see the Eisenhower's priority matrix. Eisenhower, I am writing it here. With the help of this, you can easily manage your priorities. And everyone in your startup, each and every person in your startup must have this matrix attached at your softboards in front of you all the day. You must write your things in this matrix. And it is also mentioned in Covey's, Stephen Covey's book as a third habit, first things first. He talks about priority management. So then in organizing your business, you need to align execution plan with the targets. So we need to have regular review meetings, very regular review meetings. The frequency should not be more than 7 days. It should be lesser than 7 days. We need to have either daily review meeting or weekly review meetings. So we have to see that are we going as per plan or we are lagging in the plans, which we usually do, because when we plan our businesses, we get very much optimistic and we keep very short targets. So we also need to review our targets in these meetings so we could organize our executions as per our targets. Hope till this point it is understandable for all of you. So I'm moving to the next point. That is leading. So as startup founders, you all guys are leaders here. And to be a leader, what is necessary for our startups? The operations can never be efficient if the leader is not efficient. So the efficiency is led by effective decision making. As I talked about regular review meetings. So in regular review meetings, the leader can make decisions, and he should make decisions in those meetings on regular basis. And any decisions you make must be effective. It should be effective because the efficiency of the business is totally based upon your decision making. So as a leader, you need to be effective. A leader must be agenda oriented and need to lead the team on their relevant task. A meeting should not be like this. If you are conducting a meeting, then you're asking your team members, tell me the agenda point. No, it should not be like this. You must have all the agenda points written on your notebook, and you must be asking the status of their relevant areas. So keep this thing in mind. Leader should be the agenda setter, because if you are agenda setter, your agenda would be aligned with your vision. So, and the next point is aligning team with the vision of leader founder is mandatory. So the agenda must be set to align the team with vision of founder with step-by-step plan in each area of business. A good leader is that which aligns his team with his own vision, because how you vision your startup, the growth of your startup, is the key to your success. Okay. Now, we are moving forward towards next pillar, and that is controlling. Controlling is a critical part for our startups. We need to control our expenses. We need to control our leakages, wastages. So the operation can never be efficient if the leader is not efficient. So the efficiency, so it is repeated again. Controlling is all about controlling your business as a leader. Okay. As these are not, this is not a financial part. So I would not say you must be conducting audits. As a leader, you must be controlling your teams. You must be controlling your decisions. Okay, hope this is understandable for you all. Controlling the business is like to be a leader. Okay, so the last thing in it is staffing. And about staffing, it's all about HR, and my friend Amma has already discussed in very details with you. So I'll move on to the next area, which is the basic and the core of any business, any sort of business you guys are doing here. That is money/financial management. So guys, till this point, if you have any question, do let me know. I'll be answering here. Then we'll be discussing the technical thing, the main game. So if not, then I'll be moving forward. Okay, I think there's no question. So now let's talk about financial management. Money management is a part of total financial management. So you would be given a concept of whole financial model for the startup, and the areas will be discussed accordingly in the next slides. Financial management system orbits the complete business and is involved at each stage and each and every stage of the business. So financial management is the thing for which you guys are doing these businesses, which you have planned and startups, because you want to earn and you want to contribute to the society. So this would encompass your all the areas of business. So now we will be going to talk about some serious stuff here. Financial management. Financial management is, what is financial management? The first question is here. The financial management has following stages in it. So for some of you guys, it would be very new. For some of you guys, it would be very easier, which have a idea of finance. So we would be talking with the concept that none of you knows anything about financial management. So be patient if you know about it, and if you don't know about it, be conscious. Okay, planning stage. The first step in any financial plan is planning stage. And what is the financial planning? That is parameter setting. And what is a parameter setting? Like, what are the basics and what are the assumptions you have made for your whole businesses? You need to write this. Without setting parameters, you cannot explain your financial plan to anybody, because in different areas, the parameters would be different. Like in a retail store in UAE, the sales would be different. The sales mix would be different. They would be selling more entertainment items. And like in Africa, there would be different parameters for there. They would be selling different items. Food might be the priority there. Okay, but with growth perspective, parameters are set for each and every startup. Then after setting our parameters, is it clear, I think, for every one of you, perimeter setting, planning stage? So perimeter is, I'm saying it again, perimeter is setting your assumptions, on which assumptions you have made your businesses. You have to write your perimeters, you have to write your assumptions. And that is a mandatory thing. Otherwise, your financial plan would not be acceptable for investors and for the market. Even you would not be able to lure banks. Okay, then we would be identifying our income streams. So it would be better to say here, your business must have multiple income streams. A good startup must have multiple income streams. Any startup based upon single income stream has less chances of success than those who have multiple income streams. With one income streams, you would always be having difficulties in managing your operational expenses, your growth plans. As in multiple streams, one stream caters all the expense areas, operational expenses, it deals with those areas, and other streams takes you to the next horizons. Okay, it helps you grow. So you have to see what are the income streams of your businesses. You must be working upon multiple income streams. At least two income streams must be available for any of the startup. It can be primary sales, it can be secondary sales, it can be associated sales, it can be residual sales. These can be this can be anything for these. Other incomes is a different thing for this at this stage. I would tell you that also. Then we would be talking about forecasting stage. I think I'm clear till income stream identification. If there is any question, you can ask, because it's technical here. You can ask directly at the point you get some question. Okay, hope I'm understandable for everyone. So now I'm talking about forecasting stage. That is what is forecasting stage. Forecasting stage is like I told you earlier, we need to forecast that our business would grow this much in the market, growth planning. So forecasting stage is totally dependent upon your growth strategy. Either it's a hyper growth, then if it's a hyper growth, you need to make a week-on-week growth plan. Okay, if it's a fast growth, you need to make a month-on-month growth plan. If it's a slow-moving sales, you need to make biannually sales plan, forecasting and growth plans here. Then this is the forecasting stage, and then it comes price planning. And this is something tricky. So price planning is the thing which you are selling must be price competitive with the market if it's not new in the market. If the if the product is new in the market, then the price can be anything. But as per financial plans, the product must not be pricey. It should not be expensive. As most of the financial plans, it always emphasizes on the things that business turnover should be the thing which earns you money. Like if you sell a product of $100, then you might get 10 customers a day. And if you're selling the same product at $40, the customers would be more than like 200 customers. It could be like that. You would be earning more. So if you keep your profits and your prices low, you would be getting more turnover, and with more turnover, you would be penetrating in the market. And with the penetration in the market, you would be getting more sales. So price planning is a very sensitive area. We need to emphasize this thing. We need to study a lot about it. We need to meet people. We need to meet industry leaders for this. Okay, hope it is understandable for each of you. Then we are going to talk about sales planning and forecasting. So what is sales planning and forecasting? Like in growth plan, we discuss about the whole total growth of the business. In sales planning, we plan our sales as per their income streams. Like if we are selling products and services at the same time, we'll be discussing planning our sales in services sector, in product sectors separately. Then we'll be discussing the further growth, like it's hyper growth, then week on week growth. Sales plan, sales plan should be backed by our growth plan. Okay, then it's expense planning. We need to plan our expense so we could manage any wastage. We could record all the expenses. Our business could have been transparent. So expense planning stage is very important. Mostly businesses, if they do not plan their expenses, collapse because of poor expense planning. And this is money management actually. So this is only one part, money management. Expense planning is very mandatory, and the rule for my expense planning is to write all the expenses and keep all your invoices, your bills safe with you in the with recording in the financial sheets. Then we are going to discuss about further asset planning. Assets are the things which actually adds value in our business, but for this we need to spend some money. These adds up to the value of our business, but to add this value, we need to spend money first. So the assets are the expensive things. Most of our funds goes to these procurement or plan to procure these assets. Okay, so we need to plan the purchase of our assets. If anybody from you is from finance sector, asset planning is all about, it's hardcore financial thing I'm going to tell you, but only for those who are from finance side. It's about like seeing capitalization thresholds, like setting your asset identification limits. These are about those things. This was only for finance guys. Okay, then revenue projections. We need to project our revenues. If we would be able to project our revenues, we would be able to manage our finances, because as per our menus, our revenues, we would be planning our expenses. If we control our expenses, then we would be having more profits. So revenue projections are the things which would help us to control our expenses, which would help us to grow further. The revenue projections are the main thing. These would be telling us that how much market share we are getting, how much money we are getting from the market. Then it comes cash flow statements. These are the statements which are telling us this is a part of money management. These are telling us how much cash we're spending out and how much cash we are getting in, how much we are earning from market, how much we are getting from our investors. These are the cash flow statements which we need to make for our business. Then it comes profit and loss statements. Then we need to make our profit and loss statements on the regular basis if it's a hyper growth company, hyper growth startup. Quarterly, if it's fast moving, and 6 monthly if it's slow moving. So I think it's understandable for you what is hyper growth, what is fast moving, and what is slow moving, the products. Everybody from you would be knowing your products best than anybody else. Me, Aziz, Amma, you must be knowing better from us that are your products fast moving, hyper growth, or average moving or slow moving. So then we would be discussing return on investments and payback calculations. This is very important for investors actually, or banks which would be interested to work with us. If we show them good ROIs, they would be very much happy to work with us, because this is the point which they understand, because these are the digits, and every investor likes to see good digits. These must be the good digits, returns on investments. And payback calculation would be the time, the thing from which you would be able to know in how much time you would be able to return those investments, or you can plan your exits. So about these slides, I'm going to show you a financial model. On that financial model, we'll be discussing in very much detail. Very little about theory, then we would be talking about that. Above mentioned, all the reports are required to attract the investors. For investors in your startups, and the core of any investment decision by investors is ROI. So to lure and develop a good relation with investor, we need to show return on investments, and it must be good, which, as I already told you. After the decision of investment is being made, the startup must ensure the execution as per given timelines, and to ensure the ROIs to go into further funding rounds. Like after this, we would be able to go to seed, level A funding, level B funding, which stage we have to go, we would be deciding. It should not be the investor who is deciding how much investment we need. We should be the ones who must be telling them that these are the investment we need to grow our business. Okay, hope this is understandable for all of you here till here. If there's anything, do let me know. I'm going to share a financial model after it. And that is a technical thing. No questions at all? That's great. Okay.
Yes, and they take some time in asking questions. So yeah, if any question you can put in a chat box, or you can ask directly.
Yes.
Yeah. It has been 4 days, so I came to know how the process works.
Yes, okay, good copy. Okay, Aziz, it's always good because finance is a thing about which people usually take time. They try to relate our discussions with their businesses, then they just brainstorm their things, their businesses, with all the concepts which we are trying to pour into their minds. So then they come up with the questions. So till the end of this session, it is open. You can ask about anything. If you want me to, I can share slides again for the guys here. Okay. So should I move forward to the financial slides, or should I give some time? Aziz.
Yeah, I think we can move ahead in case if they have any question, they can ask.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, I'm going to share those financial models. Okay, guys. Now I'm going to share, where it is. Yes, this is the place. Financial proposal template. So hope you guys can see this. Okay. So this is a model for a company. As I've told you, I'm a consultant in the market, so I'm working with different companies, and these are the real things which I'm going to show you. These are the investment decisions. As per these sheets, they would be making investment decisions. Okay, so parameter settings, which I've told you earlier, what are the things? Is assumptions which we make. So for your better understanding, I can tell you this is about a workshop, car maintenance workshop. So I've set parameters accordingly. So it would be easier for you to understand. So this is a scenario where we would be discussing products and services at the same time. So in assumptions, we have assumed that we would be working 30 days a month. Our working time would be 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. So we would be working 10 hours a day. Okay. And number of days, like the points where would be servicing vehicles, we would be working upon vehicles would be 5 points. Okay, like 5 shops or 5, we say a bay where we work upon vehicles. So in first year, we planned that we would be selling 23 liters of lubricant, engine lubricant. In year 2, 47 liters, in year 3, 70 liters, in year 4, 93 liters, and year 5, 116 liters a day. Okay, which tells we would, in first year, we would be selling 7 bottles. In year 2, we would be selling 13. In year 3, we would be selling 20. Years 4, we would be selling 27, and year 5, we would be selling 33 bottles of lubricant a day. Number of cars getting oil change with air filter, 50% of the cars get their air filter changed with each oil change. And number of the cars getting oil change with cabin filter, like AC filter. So 10% of the cars with every oil change get their cabin filter changed. Usually, I'm talking about Pakistan market here. So this is the example of local market here. But the digits are the same in the whole world. So it would be understandable for you. If there is any question, do let me know. Okay, then we have talked about number of services in the year 1, in the year 2, in the year 3, year 4, year 5. This is not the number of services in the whole year. These are the number of services in the year 1 per day services. In the year 1, we would be offering per day these much services. Okay, then we are talking about other income. As I told you, this part is about, the first portion is about first income stream. This portion, second portion, is about second income stream. This portion, other income, is about third income stream. So these are the three income streams here we are discussing. Excuse me. So then we have talked about operational expenses here, like the profits, how much would be getting, and the prices, what would be the prices, like oil filter 200%, air filter 150% profits on here. These are cabin filters 200%. The profits on these products are here. These are small products, and the 100% profit or 200 profit, 100 profit doesn't make that much good money, but the percentage of profit is this. Accessory is not included. Number of staffs, how much staffs are there? 16 people are there. Then we discussed about these are the operational expenses, and these are then assets. I told you these are called capital expenditure items. And what are their depreciation levels? These are written here. These are parameters which we set. These are the basis for the parameters, which are not relevant to you, I think, and would not be very much understandable for you even. So after this, we are going to discuss the thing. This would be the result, which I would show you how to get these results, calculating ROIs, okay, calculating payback periods, okay, capex, how much capex would be invested, initial capital, how much initial capital would be invested, how much company acquisition would be there, how much equity investment would be there, and would that business be feasible or not. So this is the conclusion. So now we'll start with the very basic. We have talked about like parameter setting. That was the first thing. Then what we discussed about, and a sensitive thing, that was pricing, price level setting, price planning. These were the things. Okay. Hope there's no question. If there's any question, do let me know. Is it okay? Let's see, is chat. Yes. Okay. Okay, guys. So I'm going to talk about the basic pricing. The basic pricing is always depend upon the price we set for our product in the market. Like as I've discussed, I'm talking about two things. So pricing, like products and services. So first of all, we would be talking about price setting. Price setting, as I've told you, price setting should not be like, it should not be very much expensive. It should not be very much cheaper. We should be realistic. We should not think like we would be selling, if a new product, we cannot expect to be sold like 1,000 products a day at start. So the pricing should be at average stage. In like 95-96% of the cases, startups are working with the relevant business models, with relevant ideas. So prices would be as per those business models. Okay. So in this, what is basically required? We need to set our product codes, what codes we should give to our products, then the names of our products. Then we are talking about names of our products means we say it SKUs, stock keeping units. We need to write our stock keeping units. example, if you have a product and you are selling one product per pack, then you have that same product in 6 products per packing. Then you have the same product in 12 products or 10 products per pack. Then we would see those as 3 products here, because there are 3 different packings. So for our products here in this shield, we would be calculating it on the basis of our product packings. So after it, this, we have written packing per carton here. So this is the thing which I've told you. Like if you're selling 10 products a pack, 1 product a pack, then packaging size. This is bulk packaging, this is packaging size. Then we have written the applicable taxes. What are the taxes in it, in our product? Okay. The product price inclusive of taxes, because we have to pay taxes in our countries, like wherever we have worked. So we need to be conscious about it. If our product is having taxes, we need to take prices with taxes. It usually disturbs our workings when we don't calculate our taxes. And at the end of the day, when we calculate our profits, then we came to know that a huge portion of this has to go to taxes. And we also can plan our taxes accordingly. If we add our taxes to the products, then the total slabs of income goes down and the profits goes on the lower side. So it's all about tax planning. So you need an expert advice in it always in the local scenario. So keep this thing in mind when you make your price, you work on your pricing, take expert opinions about from taxation experts about it, if your products are taxable. If not, then it's good. So we have worked upon the costing. What are the costings? Like in this, I worked upon distributor price, retailer price, then consumer price. These are the 3 prices on which the market would be selling. And then cost to the company. So with each price, we would be able to calculate profits for the company, for the startup, for us. Then we would be able to calculate the profits for our distributors, for our associates. We would be able to work upon those things. Hope it is understandable for you, all of you guys, because this is the thing I usually get most of the questions from this portion, how to set prices for our products. So if there is any question about it, you can ask here. So it means there is no question. So I'm moving forward. Then as per this stage, in this stage, I've discussed about pricing of products. Now I would be talking about sales forecasting of this product. So this is the sales forecasting details. Okay. Aziz, they need a rest. Okay, it's 5 minutes break. Then I'll be talking about this sheet. Aziz, are you there?
Yes, Hassan, I'm here.
Okay, it's 5 minutes break for them.
Yeah, we do give them 10 minutes break. So let's have 10 minutes break. I think they really need refresher.
Yes, they need.
When it comes to digits, so it really makes, it challenges our mind.
That's why I was saying it's very complex at the end. It's total technical.
Yeah, so let's, everyone, let's take a 10 minutes quick breather. have a cup of tea, have water, get fresh and come fresh, right? Don't leave the room, come back after 10 minutes.
Okay, see you guys after 10 minutes.
See you. Hello, everyone. Let me know if you're back. If you're back, drop a message in the comment box, in the chat box. Okay, all right. Let's see who else is here. Are we all back? Tora is also here. Ambrose is back. Let's see, what about others? Okay, but Tool is also here. Doris, all right. All right, looks great. So Hassan, yes, we can start.
Okay, guys, welcome back. So we would be talking about further details now. So hope everyone is fresh now. So we talked about pricing plan of our products. So we need to price our products as per market. It should not be more than market. It should not be lesser than market. So the prices should be average. Okay. So after pricing plan, we are talking about our growth plan or market penetration plans for the products we are going to sell. We would be forecasting our sales, like which product, how many pieces per day, how many products, how many packings per day we would be selling in the market, and how much would we be selling, like if it's hyper growth in the first week, in the second week, in the third week, we would be projecting these things. And after that, if it's like fast growth, then we would be projecting it on month basis. Okay, and then after this, if your product is slow moving, then we can project it on year basis, like I've done in this sheet. So these are the slow moving products, and I've projected these on year basis. So these are the growth plans. I would be giving a rough idea about these things. These sheets would be available for you. But keep this thing in mind, these are sensitive in the manners like they are attached to each other. These sheets are attached. So once you want to add something, some sheet, you need to carefully review the cells, the formulas in this sheet. This is a complete calculator for your financial planning. You just would be needing to change your rate list, your growth plan list, like oil working, parts and service working in it. You just need to change these sheets, everything would be changed. So these are the technical sheets. Actually, the remaining sheets are attached to these sheets. Okay, and this is about our revenue side. And for expense side, we would also be discussing those things. So now I'm again on the growth planning. So we, as I've told you in the last sheet, we would be writing codes, product details, then product specifications are here. Then like we would be talking about packaging, per carton, per pack packaging, like then we would be talking about cost, all this details are from previous sheets. Then we would be discussing about in this like sales projections in the year one, how much would we be selling in the year one or month one or week one. then the cost of those products here, then the daily profits we would be getting in year one, month one, week one, like are dependent upon our growth strategy. Then year two, it would be week two, month two, then year three, year four, and year five. This is repetition with increase in sales. Okay, so this is about products. This sheet is here, and you guys can review it very carefully to understand it. Then here it is, the other thing, which includes, yes, anybody? Okay. Okay, this is the sheet which includes parts and services, like products and services both. Like how much thing, in which way I have mentioned in the total sales, how much product A would be contributing, product B would be contributing, then how much this product be contributing in 100%, how much this would be, how much these would be contributing to make it 100% in the total sales, and how much products would be we would be selling, like 10 products, 10 services a day. The products are here, the services are here. So you need to read it carefully to understand it, to make it workable for your businesses. Okay. And it is technical, but not difficult. You need to be conscious, very much attentive to fill these plans. And keep one thing in mind, when you work upon this sheet, do not work it alone. Make your finance person or the person having any idea about accounts sit with you. So two persons must be understanding the sheets. If someone makes any mistake in it, the other one would be able to rectify that, because any mistake in any formula would lead you to wrong calculations. And calculations is the very, very basic thing for this. So the earlier sheet I showed you was only for major products. This sheet is for secondary products and services. Secondary products and services are other income streams. So one sheet is for primary income stream. The other sheet is for remaining income streams. So for this business, I have shown three major income streams. Then services are further divided into many income streams, like you can see here, like 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 income streams services are divided into, and products are divided into 3 income streams, but they are attached to each other. Similarly, in the year one, we are projecting the sales, how much cars we are dealing with. So these are the number of sales per day, and the mix of how much from the each service we would be getting, we would be giving portion to each service in the total sales. So this is, again, I'm repeating it for your better understanding. First of all, we would be make a pricing plan, then we would be working on our growth plan. Growth plan would be mentioning the number of products or services we are selling per day or per week or per month or per year. So it always depends upon the plan you have made in your mind, on your papers, on your computers, anything. You have to bring those plans to these sheets, to these formats, to make these understandable for your investors. So after making your price plan, this is growth plan. In growth plan, you are writing your growth numbers week on week, month on month, year on year, day on day. So after this, we would be able to calculate our daily profits, which are mentioned here. like how much profits we would be calculating. When you would be seeing the formulas attached to these sheets, you would be getting from where these things are coming down here. Then monthly profit, then annual profit. As I'm working on annual sales, these would be annual things, annual profits, annual investments. Okay, so this is for year one, then parts, costs, and then services. Okay, then inventory cost for services. Okay, then year two, similarly, year three, year four, year five. So these all are projections here. If any question here, then it's good. Otherwise, I'm moving forward. If any question, you can ask. So it seems understandable till here. Guys, keep one thing in mind. Finance is always easy if we understand it. And these are the digits only. And these are the things from which we would have to make revenues. So we need to understand the concept. We don't go into the digits. We should not be indulged into the digits. We should be emphasized into the profits, and we should be thinking and keeping this thing in mind. These are not digits. These are dollars. Okay. So we are moving forward. Moving forward, some of sheets I'm not showing you. Those would be different for your region, but okay, I can show you, I can tell you. Like if someone is investing with you, like a bank is investing with you, and there's a cost of capital or interest rate is there, then we would be writing interest rate here. What is the tax rate in your country on the business? We would be writing here. We are talking about one business, one office at the same time. We are writing it here. How much increase in salaries we would be getting per year? That would be 10%. How much increase in sales we are projecting? That is 25% per year, year on year. Workforce increase, what we are projecting, like 5% increase, and all other expenses which we are planning to make, which are going to incur, would be increasing with the 10% in their costs per year. So now we are going to discuss about OPEX. OPEX stands for operational expenditures. You can write it or you can remember it. These are some of the most used proverbs or the words, or like what we say. These are the words of finance which are mostly used. So OPEX is the thing, the expenses which we are going to make. In expenses portion, first we worked upon input sheets. Input sheets are the basics from which we would get results for summaries, for our revenues, for our profit and loss, for our cash flows. So this is the input file for that. So for input, we need to write the basics of our business. Like I made this plan on month basis, in which you can see I've mentioned the number of resources I need to start a workshop, like 16 persons, in which a manager, an accountant, lead mechanics, security guards, janitors, oil change staff, junior technicians, car wash, car service staff, auto mechanics, wheel alignment and balancing technicians, auto electrician. These totals to and sums up to 16 staff per workshop. And these remain the same in each month. So it doesn't mean 16 persons are adding each month. These remain the same in each month, and at the end of the year, it totals to 16 staff per workshop. Now we have mentioned the salary slabs for each of the staff, how much one person would be getting. So these are the average salaries. Then here is the total of those. Like these are the salaries, these are the staffs, and this is the product of those. Like for 2 security guards, one security guard's salary is 21,000, and for 2 it would be 42,000. And I'm telling you for your better understanding. Okay. Then after salaries portion, the total sums up here per month expense, and per year sums up here. Okay. Now we are talking about utilities. In utilities, we have written electricity cost per month, water cost per month. That sums up 125,000 a month. Then it comes communication. In communication, like fixed line telephone, like 5,000. For internet, 15,000, like, and for mobile, for internal communication of the staff, it's like 10,000 a month. Then it comes to repair and maintenance. The business which the workshop needs regular maintenance of its building, its maintenance equipment. So repair and maintenance cost is like 70,000 a month. Repair and maintenance building, 50,000, and like 20,000 for equipment a month. Then it comes miscellaneous. These are the unforeseen expenses which we cannot write at the start of the business. We just assume that there would be other expenses in the business which we write as miscellaneous. This is the projection. So to be realistic, we need to keep some petty cash or something, some extra amount with us to cope up unforeseen expenses. Those can be anything. Then it comes livery uniform, which I have planned to give after each 6 months. So after each 6 months, the cost is adding up. Yes, it is here. Like per uniform cost and number of staff, it totals to 48,000. Then after, in the 6th month, and then in the 12th month. Then it comes to compliance. And what is compliance? Compliance is the regulatory requirements. Like we have to give social security to the staff, like and we have to go pay it to the government for that. Like we have to pay for the medical insurance of the staff. So in our local scenario, I have kept 1,000 rupees per staff per month. That adds to 16,000, and we have to deposit it. Then it comes to fuel. There are 2 types of fuels for generator and fuels for staff bikes. We added these things here per month on the per month basis. All these costs are adding up on the annual basis here. Okay. Then it comes rent. If our office, our building is rented. So we have mentioned per month rent here. Then we have mentioned per staff training and development cost per year. It's like 2,500 we're spending per staff, like 40,000 per month per staff here. Even if we are not spending those amounts, we don't have plans at the start, but we need to add these things to our financial sheets, financial projections. So it makes us a very clear view of our businesses. So how much we would be earning if we incur all these expenses. So if we save this much amount this month, it means we have not expensed those items out. Hope this is understandable for you guys. Then it comes to entertainment. Entertainment is like I've kept 200 per staff per day and total staff 16. it totals to 96,000 per month. Then entertainment for guests, it all totals to 146,000 a month, and it sums up to 1.75 million a year. Then I've written about the initial marketing expense for a workshop, like the things which I have to add for workshops, like wall racks, gondola racks, branding inside branding, shop boards, social media marketing, launch event, marketing material. These all are added up to 1.3 million cost in the first month of business. Like for every one of you have spent some amount for telling people, or you have set your office like paints of the office, and these are the expenses which cannot add value to the assets of your business. So we expense out those items and we write it in operational expenditure. Then we have written stationery cost per month. It is printing papers for our printers. So the total amount per month for the first month is 2.8 million, then it's 1.5 million, 1.5 million each. And that at the end of the year, it totals up to, adds up to 19 million per annum. And the all of these sheet summary is available here. 19.624, and the same is mentioned here. Another thing is added, something is added in it. So in the year 2, this would be the amount in year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4, year 5, and I've made this up to year 10. Only this sheet. In this sheet, I have given projections. As I told you, the expenses, increase in expenses on the basis of salaries, which I've mentioned in this sheets, these would be increasing by 10% per annum, salaries and benefits. So this would be 15.5% salaries increase. I mentioned it here. I have to update it here to 15.5%. Okay. It added up here. Okay. No. OPEX summary. Okay. This is per year experience added in the expenses of salary is 5% at the rate of 5%, and other expenses are at 10%, and other expenses are at different rate, which is mentioned here, 10% and 10%, and workforce increase 5%. This is the average of all these expenses at 15.5%. So about operational expenditure, I'm going to tell you in easy words here again. These are the expenses which we make on monthly basis, but these are not incurred on purchase of any asset for our office, which do not add value in the assets of the office. And these are the expenses which goes out from our pocket. So these are the areas which we can control, or we should emphasize upon to make our businesses more profitable or better profitable. So these are make or break points. Operational expenditures. These are the things which are turning points. Okay, you need to very much carefully your operational expenditures. Hope this is understandable till operational expenditures, OPEX. Now I'm moving forward. If there is any question, you can ask here. Otherwise, I'm moving forward. As I told you about, operational expenditure is abbreviated as OPEX. So Capital expenditures are abbreviated as CapEx. This is the same in the whole world. Accounting terms are the same in the whole world. So CapEx, and CapEx comes with an expense that is called depreciation. Hopefully, you all would be understanding depreciation, but before telling this, I can tell you a basic about depreciation. Depreciation is like if you have a car or a bike with you, it's if you buy new, it's like for $100. If you buy an old one or sell it after 1 year, the value of it would be reduced by 10%. Then after 1 year, it would be reduced by further 10%. Accounting is all about digits. So there we set a percentage of depreciation for each category, which I would show you in this file too. So every asset, everything you have purchased for your office would reduce its value with the passage of time. And the value which is reduced from the value of asset would be counted as or accounted for as expense of the business, which actually would not be, but that would be accounted for as expense of the business. So it is very mandatory to write this expense in your financial sheets, though you would not be spending this amount, but you would be showing in your reporting as an expense to your business. The profits would be on the lower side. So your team would have to make more struggle to increase profits. So as a businessman or business girl, you would have to emphasize the basics of accounting. With this, you would excel more. Other than this, once you make all your statements and you show it to your investors, to your partners, when they would calculate these things as per given standards, you would be amazed that how the profits got reduced. So we need to calculate at our own. So now I'm talking about, going to talk about capital expenditures. Capital expenditures are like if we take some property on rent and we give some advance amount to the landlord, that might be called advance rent, that might be called as security. Here in our country, these both things are involved. So I've written both these things. Then we have constructed the building on that land. It can be for you and it cannot be for you. Yeah, there could be different things for that, like total square feet and per square feet cost that added up here, and that is in the year one. In the remaining years, that wasn't anything. Then I've mentioned the floor works, the treatment made on the floor. Then IT assets. Most of you, I think, would have been from the tech sector, or would be having better understanding of tech sector. So in ID, tangible assets for 200,000, and intangible assets like you buy Windows, you buy softwares, you buy ERPs. So those would be intangible assets. So will you spend this amount on tangible and intangible assets, and then that is in this sheet is added up to 1.2 million. And I've written it for point of sale software. Then if you buy a vehicle for your business, for supplies of your products, you write it here. Then you buy a bike for commutation of your staff, your own self, you write it here. Then we added furniture for our workshop, like it was a reception counter, reception chair, sofas, chairs, side tables, center tables, cadenza, store racks, lockers. These are for the customer area and for the warehouse, or the store of the workshop. All amounts are headed here. Then I've written the machinery and equipment I would have to buy for a workshop. These are technical things. So I've written these amounts here for a workshop. That is added up there, like here. These are added here, 6.3 million. Then office equipment like generator. I need to have a 3 kV, 30 kV generator, LED TV, like CCTV camera system, closed circuit TV system cameras, refrigerator, solar 30 kVA as per generator requirement. These two can be there, or one of those would be there. Water dispensers, two water dispensers, and safety cylinders. These are fire extinguishers. And then I've written the depreciations. These are the depreciations which usually are practiced in the market. And these are not only applicable in the local market in Pakistan, these are global standards. So you can you can also consult with your tax consultant or finance consultant for this. How much depreciation cost is there, how much depreciation percentages are there, and which depreciation method they are using in your country. Like we have worked upon a method that is more easier. It is called straight line method. We have calculated our depreciation on the straight line methods. And for every item, for every capital expenditure, for every asset we have purchased, we are reducing its value or on annual basis. You have to keep one thing in mind. Operational expenditures are planned on monthly basis. Assets or capital expenditures are planned on yearly basis. So this is a difference between OPEX and CAPEX. In CAPEX, you would have to calculate, you have to report, you have to write your expenses on annual basis for reporting purposes, not for accounting purposes, for reporting purposes. So I've written the total here. Total addition in the first year was 22 million. Total depreciation was 2.3 million. And then written down value, WDV is written down value. Total additions minus depreciation means it comes here 20 million. It means from total amount, we have reduced the value which was reduced from the total value of the asset, and it become 20 million. And for, as I've told you, expenses are calculated on the monthly basis. So we divided depreciation with 12, and we have got here 195,000 per month here. Hope it is understandable. If not, I can tell in the easier words here again if you want to. Otherwise, I would move to next slide. Okay. Depreciation is attached to capital expenditure. First of all, tell me again. Let me tell you again. The capital expenditure in any business is an expense which actually is made to buy assets for your offices. Like you buy computers, you buy laptops, you buy cameras, you buy research and development material, you develop a workshop, you develop a laboratory. These are the expenses made on the things which add up value in your business, which are shown. And these are placed in your office, like you buy an air conditioner, you buy a TV, these all are assets. And if you buy a software, these are also, this is also an asset, but this is an intangible asset. So we buy these assets and record these into are capital sheets, capital expenditure sheets. Then each asset reduces its value every year. Like if we buy a new thing, it would be costly. If we buy a used thing, it would be cheaper. So with every passing year, the value of the asset will be reduced. Like if a car is for $1,000 this month, this year, next year, it might be of $900. And the year next to next, it could be like $800. So in accounting, we set a formula, we set a percentage. With that percentage, we reduce an amount on year basis. So this cost which we reduce on yearly basis is called depreciation. Depreciation is treated as expense in our accounting books. Why we treat it as expense in our accounting books? Because the value of the asset is decreased, though we have not made that expense, but the asset kept with us reduced its value. Like we have purchased Core i7, Lenovo Core i7 Flaxbook, and in the next year we are getting a newer model of this book, and this book was of $700 this year, and the next year the new book of the same model would be of like $500. So we would be decreasing the value of IT assets by 33%. So it is assumed that every year, after every 3 years, the new model comes into the market of technology products. So the amount we are reducing from the value of our assets is calculated or accounted for as expense. That expense is only shown in financial statements, so we could show it to our investors. As if we do not reduce it from our statements and we calculate our profits, so we would be calculating it more. And when our investors, our partners, our banks would calculate our sheets or expenses, they would reduce it, they would exclude it from our income. So the profits will be reduced. Okay. So for this purpose, we need to make our understanding, our reporting very clear, and we need to write it into our books of accounts. So I'm moving to the next sheet, that is revenue. And what is revenue? Does anybody know about it? Good.
Hassan, just a quick reminder. I know you have commitment somewhere else. Just to make sure you're cautious of the time.
Yes, I am off. I'm
Yeah.
going to, because these are the easier slides.
Yeah. All right.
So
All right.
it's easier. So guys, revenue is the amount which we get from the market after selling our products. These are not profits actually. These are the total amounts. Like we made a product for $10 and we decided its sales as $20. So the $20 would be our revenue. Okay, it is, I'll say it again. If we made a product for $10 and we sold it for $20, and the amount of revenue would be $20, not $10. So this is the amount which we get in return of our product. So here in this sheet, I've mentioned monthly revenues. These revenues are on the basis of the growth plan which we made in parts working and in oil working here as per this sheet, as per this whole working. Lubricants is here, parts are here, the revenue which we are earning, services are here. And this is total. This is the total which we are getting from other sheets. Okay. So this is total revenue. Then from the total revenue, we excluded expenses. And after excluding expenses from these revenues, we get these are the expenses. Like expenses, I have told you the revenue from the sale of the product, $20 is our revenue which we earned. So this is the gross revenue which we earned. So now we would say, what is the adjusted revenue? So we would exclude $10 from those collected $20. So remaining $10 would be our adjusted revenue. Okay. So from this revenue, this is the cost of sales which we had in oil working and parts working sheets, parts and services working sheets. We have mentioned it there, the sale of the product, total sales of the product, and total cost of the product. So cost of sales, if we exclude cost of sales from the total revenue, we would get adjusted revenue. And we have mentioned another thing here. If we have some unforeseen expenses, which I've mentioned as product movement or product handling cost, that is 3% of the total revenue. I have also excluded that. That is here. And this becomes our gross revenue. This and this becomes after gross revenue, excluding this handling cost, it becomes our adjusted revenue. All the formulas are in here. These sheets, you can understand these sheets. So revenue is the amount which we get from the sale of our product. Gross revenue is the amount which we get after excluding the expense on that product. That is our adjusted revenue. And if we have other income streams, side incomes, if we sell like breakage or some returns or some like packaging in the market, we get other income. So we also add those amounts in these sheets of revenue. These are the other incomes. After revenue, we come to the profit and loss statements. Profit and loss statements is an easier thing, which seems difficult, but it is actually a very easier thing for you guys to understand, because you guys are doing business. You know very well about your profits and losses. So these are the things I'll be guiding you a bit about it, and you'll be understanding it. These are the revenues, and this is then profit and loss statements. So whole year's revenue was adjusted here. I can show you from this sheet. Whole year's revenue, adjusted revenue was here, which was brought to this sheet as a revenue. Then we excluded the whole expenses mentioned in operational expenditure. All the expenses were added up here, and we got total here as expense. These were revenues, adjusted revenues, which means profits from the sales of the product. These are the expenses which we have made in the year. Then we have mentioned other income, which we mentioned at the end of the revenue statements. So we got earning before income tax and depreciation, that is minus 9.4 million. Because from this 19 million, we have excluded this 9.5 million. Okay, then we excluded depreciation actually, but as this amount was in negative, so the total earning at the end of the year was a loss of 11 million. So in business, you have to keep in this thing in mind. The investments on the assets are calculated or mentioned in the books of accounts. It seems like you have made loss in the first year because you are calculating those expenses which you are made on assets, but actually you are making profits. You are earning good monies. Investments are in the business and you are earning good money. And then we would be getting profit after tax year basis and on the monthly basis. To make it easier for you, if you see second year, in second year, we are not making those investments on the assets. So our total amounts, sales here in revenue increased from 9 million to 19 million. And after excluding expenses of 19 million and adding other income, we have earning before income tax of 11 million. And similarly, we excluded depreciation. So we got earning before income tax of 8.67 million. Then as we made profits as per books, so we excluded tax. And after tax, we got this profit on the year basis, and on the monthly basis, we got a profit of 446,000. So this is the specialty of books of accounts, which shows that the total investments you have made are excluded, and you would have to work for these much years and these much sales to get your investments back, actual investments back, and then you'll be earning profits. So after profit and loss, we are discussing a brief of cash flows, how cash is getting, how we are getting cash from the businesses in profit and loss statement. We have seen that earning before income tax and depreciation was 9.4 million, which was cash we calculated from the market actually. So it was minus 9.4 million, which is loss. So in the first year, we don't have any cash inflow as per books of accounts. Then company acquisition. Company acquisition is the amount which we paid in the market as securities, as the amount to start a business, like licensing cost, which is a property of the business. If we sell the business, we would add this amount into our business cost. Then we write capital expenditures in the year, as in the first year we made building. In this coming years, there is no such expenditure. You can see in the first year, these are the expenditures. And then net cash flow from investing activities is 28 million. So it means in the first year, we have invested 28 million in our business, total 28 million. And then it comes equity investment. Okay, the equity investment is the amount which also includes the products that we bought for our business. As in this sheet, those were excluded. In the previous sheet, I've shown you the revenues which was excluding the cost of sales. This was excluded here, but in cash flow, we would include it to calculate the investments we totally have to make. So net cash flow from financing activities, cash outflow was 37 million. Here is the figure which I told you about, the interest rate, the amount which we have to pay to our investors, like to banks. This is the percentage here. Like 11.25%. Okay, then it comes, this is not under for you. Then we have calculated in this sheet, when you would enter your data, you would get internal rate of return. The formulas are here. You don't need to understand it. You don't need to work upon it. It would automatically be calculating internal rate of return for you. So pre-investment project positioning, we have to invest 37 million in the first year to earning good profits from the second year. In the first year, operating in activity would cost us 9.4 million, and investing activity would cost us 28 million. The total investment we would be making in the first year would be 37 million, and from the second year we would be earning 6.8 million, third year 9.8 million. These would be the earnings which we would be making in the preceding years. And on the basis of this is the only summary. This is actual thing which I've showed you. Equity total investments which we have made 37 million. Capital investments we made is 23 million. Over 10 years, if we have invested a small amount into the capex, 24 million. And this was the company acquisition cost, which I've told you. These are the licensing costs or the costs we have paid into the market. And if we sell our business, we would add this amount into the total investments of our business, and we would get it from the market. So these are company acquisition. This is company acquisition cost. Project cost of capital was 11.25%. Internal rate of return, which was calculated automatically in the last sheet, was 37.64% on this business. So the payback period is 5 years for this 37 million investment. And any business in the market, if it is yielding our profits and it is paying us back within a period of 7 years, it is feasible. So this business is feasible here. It is also calculated automatically. This would show you your business is feasible or not. This is a complete calculator for your business. You would have to just put your basics in it. Remaining, it would calculate automatically. Remaining sheets. You don't have to work on this sheet. You don't have to work on cash flows. You don't have to work on profit and loss statements, revenues. You don't need to work on these sheets. You have to work on capex and onward sheets. So you would be getting the results in executive summary here. Hope it would help you to manage and maintain your businesses. This is the sheet which I'm showing you is showing you the projections. But even if you use this sheet to put your actual sales data in it, this would also show you your business is going into right direction or not. That's all from my side on this topic. If you have any question, you guys have 3 minutes. You can ask it.
Yeah, thank you so much. Very detailed, very insightful. I know it's too much to absorb, but we will share this sheet with you. And I know Hassan mentioned cost in millions. You don't need to worry about, right? You just put in the details as per your venture. So whatever amount you're getting, you're investing. So, put the digits accordingly. Now, you have any question before we move? Hanan has joined us as well. So before we move, let us know if you have any question. Yes, any question, any insight? Yeah, Lucian, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. I have a question about self-forecasting. Yeah, in terms of forecasting sales, what are the metrics we need to look at or consider? For example, we are developing a mobile app and our main income model is based on user subscriptions. How can we forecast sales for a year, our first year of operation? Thank you.
Welcome, Lucian. The thing is, the calculations about the projections we are expecting the users' downloads is all about our market spending on marketing. And customer, we say it in the startup language, we say it, customer acquisition cost is directly linked with your product. So after basic market research and market testing, we can get the output that how much downloads we would be getting upon it. So we need to real-time testing it in the market, and we need to see the litmus test of your product. If it is sellable or not, you need to throw it into the market first to get the litmus test. Then you would get projections for the services, for the new products, for the new ideas. We need to throw the idea into the market first. So, and then it comes all about your customer acquisition cost. Per customer acquisition cost is one of the costs you need to add into your operational expenditures, your expenditure plans. So it would help you to get new customers in for your business. Is it understandable for you, Lucian?
Yeah, it's understandable.
Okay, so this would be like this. You need to add a cost for customer acquisition in your business, then you would be getting the results for that, and you would get the data for that.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Very helpful.
So Hassan, thank you so very much. I think we are about time, but it was very insightful, very detailed one. And for the fellows, since we do have guides for all of you, so in case if you need any help again in the financial management, you will have the sheets. So guides will be there to support you and guide you further, right? You don't need to worry about that it's so much complicated. It's easy. You just need to study it. Once you study it, you will understand it. Pick the things that those are relevant, and then put the digits accordingly. So Hassan, thank you very much for joining us today and for sharing all your experience and expertise. Any final remarks for our fellows?
Yes, Patu. You're going to say?
Yes, Hassan. Any final remarks?
Okay. It's for me. I thought Batu
Yeah.
was going to say something. Okay.
Right.
Yeah. It was good to talk to you guys. And if there's any need required, tell Aziz he's connected to me. So I would be there. And it is easier. It is very easy. Just keep in your mind, finance is always easy if you make it easy, because it's all about money. These digits are dollars. These are not numbers. So, okay, guys, please proceed with your further program. I have to sign off now, and good to see you all. Thank you.
Very much.
Thank you very much, Hassan, and have a good evening ahead.
Thank you.
All right, so we have been joined by Mr. Hanan. Sir, thank you very much for joining, and we will have session on legal compliance. He would keep it simple, although legal compliance is very complicated. But we had this discussion. I told him to tell you brief for you regarding the registration, contracts, and other legalities that you need to look after. Hanan, over to you. And just to tell you a little bit about Hanan, he is leading his own enterprise, which provides legal, advices, legal consultancies to different, small, medium enterprises and organization across Pakistan. So he will tell you more about himself. But for now, I will hand it over to Hanan. Sir, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Aziz.
Yeah. And if you would like to share the screen, so there is a share screen button just in the middle on the downside, so you can share it from there.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Hello all. Hope all people are available to attend this session. I was also part of Hassan Azhar's session, and that was so detailed and so insightful that I was completely in that session. So now I have to came myself out from that session. So Mr. Aziz has told me to talk regarding enterprise legal aspects. So I want to keep my presentation, keep my thoughts very simple, so you all people can understand. As you all are emerging or existing startups in this world, so I welcome all of you to the great world of entrepreneurship, startups. You people have taken right decisions to start your own venture. So best of luck for your ventures. So regarding enterprise legal aspects, first of all, whenever we start a project or we have an idea to start a business, we have to choose from a list of options available how we can start a business and what type of legal option we will take. For example, will we start from a sole proprietor? Will we form a sole proprietor, or will we go for a partnership between two or more persons, or will we go for a limited liability company? So there are multiple options for entrepreneurs. So we have to carefully choose one option regarding our business. Okay. I will also show my presentation with you, but I will mainly focus. Okay, just give me 1 minute so that I'm able to show my presentation with you. I don't know how to show that presentation over Zoom.
Yeah, here if you click on the share screen button, so you will have everything shown here. So you can click on the if it is a presentation, so you can see option from the different tabs. So you can select the presentation tab, and then click on.
Yeah, I think I'm successful in getting that.
All right. yeah.
So,
great.
So this is our session is on enterprise legal aspect. My brief intro has already been told by Mr. Aziz. Thank you, Aziz. And now jumping to what option an enterprise has. An enterprise has many options. One is sole proprietor. This option is simple and need lesser registration requirements. The other option is partnership. Two or more persons can form a partnership, and they people can start common business. And both partners may have their own skills and based on both partners skills, capitals, and some other things, they can start a common business. LLP is also a modern form of partnership known as limited liability partnership. And the more common form in all over the world is limited liability company. We also say them for profit company. In USA, these are known as LLC, limited liability company. In some other part, just like Africa and UK, these are known as PLC, private limited companies. And in Pakistan, they are known as private limited, PVT limited companies. So there are many names, but the category name is LLC, limited liability company. So I will stick to only these 3 or 4 options which are more related to enterprises in Pakistan. Moving further, you people can get further detail what are the differences between a sole proprietorship, a partnership, or a company, the last column. You can skip the second last column, which relate to not-for-profit company. So while setting up a business, we see how it can be formed, what are the compliance requirements after it has been formed, what are the limited personal liability, how we can transfer our business, what are the duration of a business, how we can pass through tax, how we can raise capital to start our business, and how much limitations are there on number of owners. So you can, I hope Aziz can share this presentation with you people, and you people will get all things in detail also. Moving further, jumping to bookkeeping and accounting. So every business, even if it is small or large, bookkeeping is mandatory. And I hope you all people are very much familiar with bookkeeping. In bookkeeping, every business has to keep record of all its transactions. We, for understanding purposes, we need to take it very simple. Mean whatever transaction, a financial transaction, a business transaction, or any action which has some consideration. For example, a business is selling something, a business is buying something. For example, if business is selling something, it means business is getting revenue and the customer is getting a product or service. So this is a transaction. So every business need to record all of its transactions in paper, or in a manual way, or in Excel sheet, or in a small software just like QuickBooks, Peachtree, or in a very professional software like ERP. So bookkeeping is very much mandatory for every business. It is being the information is being used by business as well as some other external parties to the business, just like tax authorities, your investors, or your partners. So bookkeeping is very much essential for taking good decision and to keep track of what activities we have done, and whether at the end of the year that bookkeeping converts into financial statements, and the business get a true picture whether it is in profit or it is in loss, and how much assets this business has developed in 1 year, and how much liabilities or loans this business has to pay after 1 year. So bookkeeping and accounting are necessary for every enterprise. Jumping to audit, as you people already know, if a business has kept record, bookkeeping and accounting, So based on that, bookkeeping and accounting after a certain time period, audit need to be done. Business owners might voluntarily go for audit of their business, or in certain countries and in certain cases, the corporate regulator and tax authorities make it mandatory for businesses to get themselves audited after at least 1 year. And in certain cases, businesses might require to be audited after 6 months. So it depends on jurisdiction to jurisdiction, but this is not much worrisome for new businesses. In many countries, in many jurisdictions, new businesses don't need to get audited in initial years. So the main focus should be on bookkeeping. Audit is a byproduct, and it may be mandatory or may not be mandatory in certain jurisdictions for small businesses. So now jumping to HR policies, as you know, every business employ its staff, its team to perform better, to achieve its goals. Staff may be only one person in your office beside owners, or it may be 10%, it may be 100% based on the scale of your business. So to get better output from your staff, some written HR policies should be with your organization, and you people need to put some attention how to retain your team, and how to manage your team in an effective way if you people have some of these policies. These are all HR policies are not mandatory. It depends on business to business, and it depends on the size of the business. For example, as you people are seeing on your screen, some policies are HR, mean job description documents, job evaluation assessments, performance management systems, how we will manage performance of our team after a certain time period, for example, after 6 months or after any year. Defining requisites and formulating policies for handling them, drafting and completion of employee reference manual, and so on. So some other policies are just like recruitment policies, new regular staff employee orientation, staff retention policy, attendance and leave policies, time management, grievance handling, abuse handling, employee relations, some performance evaluation policies, and feedback and coaching policies. So these are a broader array of policies. These all policies are not mandatory for each and every enterprise. It depends on the requirement of an enterprise, which policies he or she may seems feasible or mandatory for its business. Now, moving further, a business in its life make many agreements and many contracts with lot of its stakeholders. For example, a business go to agreements with its staff, sign contracts with some external vendors. So as a business enterprise, we should be very much clear the difference between agreement, contract, and the last is MOU, Memorandum of Understanding. So agreement and contract in various jurisdictions seems to be one and the same. In agreement and contract, one party offer one thing and the other party accept that offer. So this is an agreement. And in if we go for contract, in a contract there is offer, there is acceptance, but as well as there is a consideration. For example, one party make a contract to sell a product, the other party is willing to buy that product. So this is agreement. But the other party has to pay a certain price to buy that product. If the price is also mentioned in that agreement becomes a contract. When we go for MOU is a simple document which is not legally enforceable. For example, a new business enterprise sign MOU, sign an agreement, for example, with another party, a vendor, which is, for example, providing marketing services. So both parties, the business agrees that we will get some marketing services from your company, from marketing agency, and marketing agency agrees that yes, we will offer you our services whenever you want. So, but price is not settled and the other details are not settled. So this is a basic memorandum of understanding. We may also say this is a memorandum of knowing each other. So this is not a legally enforceable agreement or contract. So businesses should sign more and more MOUs with various stakeholders so that they in principle agree to work for each other, and at the end business should get the benefit from these MOUs, these parties, these stakeholders. Okay, if you people want further detail regarding what is the difference between agreement and memorandum of understanding, you can get from the slides. And if you people want to know the difference between agreement and contract, you people can go for this slide. I hope you people will get these slides. So now jumping to my last slide, that is record keeping and documentation. So for a better management of a business, I urge every small business that they should keep record of each and every thing which is going on in their premises, in their business. It is more than bookkeeping, what I'm saying right now. For example, if you people have, say, 100 clients to whom you people are serving, or you people are giving some services or some products, for example, you may open 100 accounts, for example, in your computer folder, or you people can make 100 files or folders physically for your clients. So in that folders, you can put all information. For example, when that client first contacted you, what was his first purchase from you, what price he has paid to you, and so on. Similarly, a business keep to have record of all its assets. For example, how many laptops a business has, how many vehicles a business has, how many immovable assets, for example, offices or warehouses a business has. So you people can keep record of all the facilities, all the gadgets, all the assets. Record keeping will help a business to track itself going down the road after 5 years, after 1 year, after 10 years. A business can check itself whether it is going on the right path or not. Further, it also helps a business to minimize conflicts with other parties. If, for example, a customer or a vendor complains that you people have agreed to give us this service or this product, but we did not provided that service. So if you people have relevant record, you can confidently face that customer or that vendor. So documentation and record keeping is the only way you can defend yourself and you can grow your business down the road. So guys, these are the basic thoughts regarding legal aspects of the business. And I'm open for any type of question which you people have right now. That's all from me regarding legal aspects of an enterprise. So I'm open for questions. If anybody has any question, I'm available there.
Yeah, Hanan, thank you very much. I think very precise and comprehensive. You will have access to this presentation as well. You can go through it as well. But now we have few minutes. If you have any question, you can ask. Any question, any comment? Anything on your mind?
I think my presentation was more
Yeah, very
extensive
precise.
and
Yeah.
and nobody have any question.
So there.
The other way maybe that nobody understand whatever I talk.
No, they do. They are very brilliant. They just need time to process it, because in these 4 days we shared a lot of things with them. So I think this is one of the heavy presentation to understand the legal aspects of the venture. So, sir, thank you very much. Yeah, Ambrose, go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. Mine is not really a question. Just want to appreciate the presenter for the wonderful presentation. And also I think about the registration, yeah, for my venture, I'm done with that one. Then on the documentation, yeah, it's really key. I remember during our first year of operation, that is between January and January and May of last year. Yeah, we really got a lot of problems with money issue because of lack of documentation. So I can really relate with what you have said here. Documentation and record keeping is the key. Yeah, because I've been a culprit of this, and with my team members, we really suffered of this. We don't know where the money has gone because we are not putting anything down to show that this thing is being done like that. Thank you so much for putting more clarity on that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Mr. Ambrose has given very right details that every business need to record each and every action which is going on in their business.
Sir, thank you very much for joining, and it was pleasure having you here. We will ask you to join us in future as well. But on the behalf of the Resolution Project and Center for Awareness Training and Development, thank you so very much for your time and for sharing your knowledge.
Thank you very much, Mr. Aziz. It was great opportunity for me to share my thoughts with the participants, and I hope the participant will get some real insights based on the presentation which I delivered. So
Yeah,
I am available all the time for any next interaction.
Sure, we are looking forward. Thank you, and I hope you have a great evening ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, so thank you very much, everyone. These 4 days, I know these were very hectic in a way that you had to listen a lot and you had to learn a lot. So I understand that. But remember, each and everything that we shared with all of you, these are really, really important, right? Don't be afraid. Just go, process it, give it some time. You would be able, to make a start that would help you sustain for a longer period. So again, before I pass on few things to you, I would like all of you to please share your email here so that I can share the folder with all of you. Now, if you quickly come to this sheet, please just put your name, venture name, and Sena, can you put it in the list I just shared? If you are unable, then I can post it there. So you can come to this list. It's already on my screen, and you can just write your name, venture name, and your email address. I would be able to add you to the folder. So please add your name first, and then we'll go ahead. All right. Let me add for you here. Those who cannot post it, so you can just share it, and I would be happy to post it on your behalf. All right. Let's see who else. Okay. Sure, Dana, I just added it for you. All right. Of course. Yeah, you can put your email. We have Sylvia. All right, so all right. So just to tell you about what you will get in the folder. So you will access to the fellows training folder. So here you will have access to all the sheet, everything that we discussed, everything that we shared. We did the activities. You will have, access here. So all the sheets and everything is here. And then you will also have access to the module. I'm coming to the module so that I can little bit guide you what it is and how you can use it. Then here you will have the presentation. Most of the trainers share their presentations. So I have filed it here. You can come here and you can, access it anytime. Then coming to this module, we are happy that we were able to pull it, pull this module for all of you. So let me, so just to guide you how this looks like. So in this enterprise module, so it explains things in detail, right? We have given you some explanations to what entrepreneurship is. It's from, I would say it gives you every tool, that is needed for your organization. So remember, all the presentations, all the sheets that we discussed, that is the resources we give you. And this is an additional resource where we have explained the things that how you can do it. So you can see we have added different who entrepreneur is, why entrepreneurship process, essential skills to be an entrepreneur. We already discussed this. Business idea creation. We already discussed this. Then the ways through which you can create idea, then the creative cycle. I already discussed this. I included it here. Then we have this SWOT analysis, how you can do it. So very precise. It's not a detailed document, but it is for you that you have it. You go and share it with the team members and they get trained as well. Finding profitable business idea, entrepreneurship ecosystem, understanding competition, essential components of business creation. Then we have product and service analysis, how you can do that. Business model canvas, we discussed it. How you can design unique selling point. Business types, Hanan had a discussion on this. Then business registrations, managing and developing human resources, we already discussed this. So we have some further insight to it, how the selection process should work, a risk assessment and planning, how you can do that, which is very important. You can, follow this template. We have business supply management, just to help you understand how the supply chain work. If you are in a business that includes supply chain, business startup and costing, Hassan discussed it in detail, but here we have just given you a brief overview what cost will be included. Then we have types and research, types of research, then selling products and services, what you need to keep in mind, then understanding customer and their choices, marketing plan. We already either discussed it in detail last day. Then we have social media marketing, how you can do that. It's important aspects, managing cash flow. Hassan already discussed it in detail, but it's just to give you further insight. Invoicing and payment, so you can have a sample invoice here. It's in PKR, but you can convert it to US dollar or in your own currency. Then we have management of business logistics, how you can manage business logistics, which is very important. Then customer relationship management, which is key to any business success. So these are all the different material you will have access. And if you see here, so I have connected the folder I just showed you. So you can click on this folder and this will take you straight to the folder. So I tried make it connective so that you are able to access these resources from the manual as well. So these all are the resources. You shared your email with me. I will share this folder with you in a while. And I hope this will help you further, and this will add a lot more value to your venture, to your knowledge, and to your team. These 4 days were fantastic. You did a great job. You asked questions, you learned, and you absorbed a lot. And I'm sure once you go from here, you will work on it. You will come up with more questions and with more interaction, and you will come up with a lot more wonders. So we see you to grow and to grow by learning from this boot camp. We have many more boot camps coming ahead. We will be updating you as well. But before we wrap it up, I would like your comments, your feedback. We did everything to tell you what we have. Now it's your turn to tell us, what did you learn? What did you hear? How did you feel about it? So if you don't give us feedback, we would not be able to understand how much you have learned. So I would like all of you to give us a quick feedback, and then we can say goodbye. Yes, I am calling the names, and let's go name. Samula, you are on the top. Anything? Yeah, Samula, go ahead.
Okay, thanks so much, Aziz. So this 4 days has showed me what I was doing wrong in my venture, has showed me solutions to the problems I've encountered. And I wanted to also ask if we would have access to the Excel sheets that Mr. Hassan showed about, where we had the OPEX, CAPEX, and those things.
So you will have access in the folder in the activities section. You will have everything there, right?
Okay. Thank you so much for this bootcamp.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Akurat, anything on your side? You are second. Yeah.
Hello.
Hi.
Yes. Yes. Good evening, everyone. Where I am, it's an evening, so I just really want to appreciate the speakers. I want to appreciate you, Mr. Aziz. This bootcamp has really helped to open our eyes, like on the things we have been struggling silently. Yeah, we have guides, but like most of these things we didn't even have inside that maybe we could talk to our guides about them. But now we are going to make sure we implement them in our projects for the betterment of them. I've realized that the resolution does not just offer financial assistance, but also this kind of training like has really been so productive, and I'm so sure most people have benefited from it. So I'm so grateful for that. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no, of course. Thank you very much for the feedback. Then we have Ambrose. Ambrose, if
Wow,
you,
thank you.
of
I don't
course.
know what to say, but really, I'm really grateful for this training. Yeah, though I don't know, I was even at the verge of missing. I saw the email very late and just had to
Right.
register it faster. Then found myself here, and really, I don't know how I was going to be if I'd missed this training. So I would like to thank you, Aziz, and the Resolution Project for this wonderful learning opportunity for the we young entrepreneurs. I know learning doesn't stop, so we are still keeping learning like that. Thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much, Ambrose. We have Anita. Anything on your side? Any feedback?
Hello, Aziz.
Hi.
Okay, yeah. I'm so grateful for this opportunity to be part of this bootcamp, and I am so delighted and so happy about what I've learned in this bootcamp. It has really opened my mind to things that I didn't have an idea of. I couldn't even think of such things. I don't know whether I would have thought of such things, but I've gotten a chance to know about them before I even launch our venture. We are really going to be able to use that knowledge. I'm sure we are going to do a better launch, and we're going to be better off after the launch, just due to what I have learned in these 4 days. They have been really busy, hectic, but I'm grateful that they have not been of waste. And trust me, I'm going to use the knowledge that I have gotten in our venture, and I know we are going to really do well. So on the other side, I would really like to talk about that time. It was 4 hours and it was so packed. I would maybe request next time for us to have maybe more breaks, or maybe a little, but just more breaks within the times, maybe after 1 hour breaks, because these brains sitting for 1 hour without a break is really somehow hectic.
Yeah,
As
no,
for
I can
for
feel
today's
that.
session, today's session was really this one of financial management. Oh God, trust me, I don't know whether I learned anything. It was too broad. They had a lot of details, and math needs time. So, but
Yeah.
thank you otherwise.
Yeah, absolutely. No, thank you very much for the feedback. Yeah, Dorothy, what to you? Anything you want to share with us? Elizabeth, anything you would like to share? Any feedback? Joy, anything on your side? You can put it in chat as well if you'd like.
Hello.
Hi.
Yeah, thank you so much for the wonderful training. I think all of us, at least, we are really grateful for everything that has happened in the last 4 days. And for me, who is just in the process of, kickstarting my venture, it has come in handy. There are
Right.
some things maybe I'd skipped off, and you're like, okay, now it's time to launch. But then this has opened my eyes that there are some things we had not yet looked at, and so we shall have to pause somewhere somehow and look in depth in some of the things that we had actually underlooked, yet that are very critical for the success of our venture. So
Yeah.
yes, thank you.
No, of course. And I hope you all are hearing me clearly. Elizabeth can't hear me, and I hope my voice is clear. Yeah, Lucian, any feedback on your side?
Yeah, as everyone, I'm very happy and very grateful for that opportunity. I learned a lot from this bootcamp, and I'm looking forward for the next one, which will be about leadership. And yeah, once again, thank you. Last thing I want to ask is if you Aziz, you can share your WhatsApp number with us to make it easy to connect with you. Yeah, thank you.
Of course, we are here for all of you. Yes, a final comment we have. Who is left? Let me see. Tora, anything on your side? Reta, I'm sorry if I am pronouncing incorrect. You can correct me. Yes, anything on your side?
Yes, I am so happy that I could attend these sessions because I've learned so much.
Yeah.
But for today's session had me shocked for a second because the numbers, I'm like, okay, I'm so hard to do this. But then from that, I realized because we love what we do, we are making an impact. I just realized that it is not enough just to love what we are doing. We have to commit. Takes commitment for us to get through with what we are doing. And that was a huge lesson for me that I learned. It's not just about what you love, it's not about passion, but these things will require us to have more commitment so that we can, make big things come to us.
Yeah, absolutely. So yes, I mean, thank you very much for your feedback. We have Rita, who, if she would like to share with us. Yeah. Anything? Yeah, Elizabeth, thank you very much for the feedback. It means a lot. Thank you. So yeah, Michelle, can you do you hear me?
Yes, I do.
All right, so before I conclude the workshop, anything on your side you'd like to?
Nothing from my side, but thank you all for attending. Like Aziz said, you will have access to all of these documents moving forward. I will work on getting the recordings set up so that you can have access to that as well. And if you have any resource requests that come out of this, please let me know and we can work to connect you with SMEs and guides who can help you build off of this information.
Yeah, absolutely. So you have that resource link, so you can ask anytime. We'll be happy to connect you more. But these 4 days were wonderful. I hope you work on all these things where you feel like you need more explanation, clarity. You can connect with us and we would be happy to have one-on-one session with you all. So thank you once again on the behalf of the Resolution Project, on the behalf of Center for Awareness Training and Development. Thank you very much for being very wonderful and for being there to listen us and to understand. And remember, if you work on it, this is where startups fails if they don't use the right knowledge, right tools, right? So you have now everything in your hand. Now, if you work on it with your team members and you make a roadmap for yourself, now this will make you an enterprise which is sustainable, which is long-term, and which will ultimately grow because you are taking the right step, you know the right practices, and this will help you grow. So thank you very much. Have a wonderful weekends ahead. Have a wonderful evening ahead. Just remember us in your prayers. Thank you very much, and hope I will speak to you very soon again. Thank you very much.
Thank you too.
Of course. Michelle, can we stay for a few minutes?
Of course, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. So Michelle, thank you very much for your time and for the facilitation. These 4 days were, for us, it was fine, but for them, I know there was so much to absorb.
Yeah, it was
But
good though. They all really appreciate it. I
yeah.
got nice messages on WhatsApp.
Yeah. So I am getting their messages, but if they need my contact details, anything, you can share with them, and I would be happy to support them as well. More about the folder. Let me share my screen. So this folder, you already have it, accesses with you, right?
Can you
But
send
let
it
me,
again just in case?
yeah,
Okay.
let me add you again. Oh, that's bad. You should have access to it. So now, yeah, you have complete access. I'm not sure you, Danish and Rachel, you all were having access to it. So now here, like we have all the material, I will email the fellows myself. Um, so here are all the material. This is the training module that we have developed. So I think we can use it for our future references as well. So through a lot of research from different organizations. So like we came up with this training module, and they will have access to it. It's just that they have something in their hand that even if they go after training, they can refer back and they can learn from it. So this is the training manual. Then we have the trainers presentations. So I mean, everything we discussed, they will have access to it. And if you can check your email, just tell me, do you have access to it now or not?
Yeah, I just got it.
All right. So these are the registration or attendance, each and everything. So these all are here. They can access only to this folder, but for us, this entire folder is accessible.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, great. Thank you again. And
well, thank you. This is great.
Yes. And one thing, let me see if we can design a post-training feedback form so that we can share with them as well for our reference and for our future improvements. So I'll let you know, and we can then email them. And more about the certification, this time we will work around the certification, and like we have their attendance. So I'll track the attendance, and then we can issue them certificate accordingly.
Okay, cool. Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Awesome. Yeah, anything for me. I know you had a long day ahead, so anything for me.
No, this has been great. For the next round, we should schedule like time. We don't have to do it
Yep.
today, obviously, to meet and discuss further. But yeah, no, nothing from me right now. I'm
All
still
right,
processing
awesome.
too, so.
Yeah, awesome. And do give feedback to Rachel and to George. That always, makes a great impact so that
Mhm.
they are aware. I'm sure you're giving them the feedback, but it's good that they know how things are impacting the fellows.
Yeah.
So awesome. So thank you very much. I will have some rest because again, I
Please.
have meetings after 30 minutes. So let's
No,
catch
geez.
up next week and let's plan for the next boot camp.
Yeah, I look forward to it. And please get some rest. You've done so much.
Yeah.
So please get some rest.
Yeah, thank you very much and I'll see you soon.
I'll see you soon. Have a good
Yeah.
weekend too. Bye.
You too. Bye-bye.